प्लीज सिट डाउन। भाई जो भी है बैठ जाइए अपने अपने। आ रहा है आवाज़, आ रही अरे भाई बैठ जाइए अपने प्लेसों में। ठीक है।
15. She was a visiting faculty at Nalsar, University of Law, Hyderabad from 2020 to 2023, where she founded and headed the Center for Criminal Justice Reforms and Research. SETI's research interests encompass a wide range from gender, politics, and religion to law and counterterrorism. She is author of Kafkaland, Law, Prejudice, and Counterterrorism in India, and Escaping the World, Women Renouncers Among Giants. This is the brief introduction, and I think yesterday most of you have listened as she was a panelist with regard to the surveillance and terrorism laws. Now moving on, we are having 4 papers in this session. Let me read out the titles of the session, titles of the paper. Framing the Resistance, Implications of Nationalist Secular Framing of Shaheen Bagh Movement by Amina Shireen, an independent researcher. Causes of Conflict and Hegemony Over Spaces, Rashadullah Khan, Research Associate, Center for Development Policy Research, Hyderabad. Born Out of Violence, Muslim Spatial, Formation and Urban Marginality in Mumbai, Zainab Sheikh, MA Sociology, University of Hyderabad. I shall ask our presenters to take their seats on the dais. We are running out of time, please. We need one more chair. It will be on. The first paper is Framing the Resistance, Implication of Nationalist Secular Framing of Shaheen Bagh Movement. Amina Shireen, over to you. I request you to have a 15-minute session is there, and I request you to make a crux of your argument and the resources of your research, so that 15 minutes will not be sufficient for you to read out the complete paper. Kindly give us the brief. We really want to listen to you, but because of the time constraint, consider that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amina. The title of my paper is Framing the Resistance, the Implication of Nationalist Secularist Framing of Shaheen Bagh Movement. So before stating the, discussing the details of my paper, I would like to say that this is not an attempt to generalize the larger movement against anti-CAA or NRC or even Shaheen Bagh. Also, not to advocate for the real ways of or correct method of protesting, but to contribute to the discourse around the different aspects of anti-CAA movement. So I assume that all of us are aware of the Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019 and its provisions and how the resistance against formed. So among the resistance against CAA, Shaheen Bagh movement was one of the major point in the anti-CAA movement. So Shaheen Bagh was 101 day long protest, peaceful sit-in organized by Muslim women. As Siyaus Salam describes in her book, from Shaheen Bagh from protest to movement, it was a spontaneous and organic protest in which Muslims, majorly Muslim women, blocked the highway linking Delhi to Noida, and it became the epicenter of anti-CAA NRC protest. Forging solidarities across various communities and creating its own language of protest, Shaheen Bagh became an epicenter of CAA protests. So when I say it has created its own language, the language of Shaheen Bagh, the way it was organized, became it started to give birth to different Shaheen Baghs across the country, in Mumbai, in Chennai, in Kolkata, and many other parts of India, and it exceeds the space it was accommodating. And one of the major, it was filled with extensive presence of nationalist symbols such as national flag, national anthem, and the ritualistic reading of the Indian constitution, and everything was filled with nationalist and secularist imagination. So the point I wanted to ask at this context is, what does this nationalist secular symbolism imply in a political landscape that constantly questions the nationalism of Muslims or the loyalty of Muslims over, to the Indian nation? To explore this question and to place it in the context of the Shaheen Bagh as a site of meaning production, I have used visual cultural texts such as placards, posters, and banners. To study them, I have used the method called frame analysis. It's a sociological method which was really helpful to, which is really have an analytical utility to study social movement. So I have used purposive sampling, and I have tried to take samples based on the purpose of my research, and I have collected around 30 samples in the time frame of December 15, 2019 to March 20, 2020. So to suggest the limitation of my research is that I have used the pioneering literature on frame analysis, so I haven't gone to the complex literature that came after the pioneering literature of frame analysis. So to give an introduction, frame analysis is a very important way of studying social movement. It has a conceptual category called collective action frames. So the collective action frames are action-oriented sets of beliefs, meanings that inspire, legitimize, and the activities and campaign of social movement organizations. So this kind of a scholarship focus on the social movement actors who are active participants and significant agents in the process of meaning production for the constituents of the protest or the social movement, also for the antagonists, bystanders, and observers. So in the collective action frames are considered to have so many variable features like mobilizing potency, credibility, and relative salience. It gives birth to so many other forms of frames. Other forms of collective action frames such as master frames and frames with resonance and many other forms of frame. For my research, I have used master frames and frames with resonance. So according to the literature on frame analysis, master frames are those frames that has broader scope and influence, which is different from the primary frame of a movement. For example, in CAA protests, if I can say that the primary frame of the movement is against CAA, anti-CAA, but the protesters have used frames such as, there was a placard that I collected from a protester which had words like with no CAA, no NRC. In the third message was, Ped lagao, putpi bachao. So these two words are not really related to the primary frame of the movement, but it has broader scope and influence. So it can be considered as a master frame. So the movement also saw extensive and impressive use of slogans such as Inqilab Zindabad, which has been written on the walls, which has been there in the placards, and which was there in the sloganeering. So Inqilab Zindabad, I don't want to introduce to you all. Inqilab Zindabad has a larger implication in the Indian or the South Indian subcontinent itself. So using such a slogan is also a way of using broader frames for the movement. And there was examples of using the Azadi sloganeering, but you can also question the using of such a slogan like Azadi sloganeering, which has a roots in Kashmiri struggle, and but the protesters used it in a way like unemployment, you need freedom from unemployment, or you need freedom from injustices, or you need freedom from casteism. So the frame you are using is not particularly related to the movement, but it exceeds beyond the movement. So the social justice frame or environmental rights frame or any other frame which is not particularly your frame, but you are using it to gain more support, attention to the movement. So the second type of frames I have looked at in my samples is resonance. So according to the Robert D. Benford, he says that resonance can strike responsive chord that rings true with extant beliefs, myths, folktales, and likes. So in some samples that are in some of the placards or posters and banners, there was a constant mention of Indian national history or the nationalist movement's history. So most of them have the iconography of Indian nationalist movement, and it did try to incorporate the pictures of the people who are pictures of the independent movement leaders and all, and to create a narrative of we are sharing a cultural heritage and we are sharing a history together. So what I try to understand through this sampling and to the categorization of the samples I have collected into these frames, which exceeds beyond the primary frame or the major frame of the movement, which should be suggesting its opposition against CAA, NRC, also to the other complexities related to the issue. These data collection and analysis help me to contend that Muslims are using these frames that are broader and more credible and salient as a protective frame to the counter frame that is already happening in the other side by the antagonists of the movement. It can be the government, which is it can be the government or the people who are aligned with the government or anyone. So it is a way of using more credible or salient frames, and it is a way to avoid constant questioning of the credibility of a protest movement that was led by Muslims. That was led by a group of people they were stigmatized because of their identity. So I am trying to argue that nationalist or secularist framing of a movement like Shaheen Bagh is a part and parcel of the extant cultural political tendency that regards Muslims as the other or the residential others of the India, or also it is in a social location where any attempts to assert your identity is questioned. So this research also reveal the challenges, the possible challenges in minority or Muslim-led movements in asserting their authentic Muslimness or authentic needs in a protest. So the CA protest identified its problem as is the resistance to CA, but what it did is I'm not suggesting that every protest movement is not complex, it doesn't have more concerns, but what this movement is trying to do is, this kind of framing or this kind of organizing, it is trying to do is, it is reducing the real potential of a movement like Shaheen Bagh, which emerged in grassroots level, which was in the need of the hour. But when it was happened, the real potential of a movement was reduced, because this kind of a movement cannot be circumscribed to the language of secularism or nationalism. It has to exceed beyond. So this was it. I am open to questions.
Assalamu alaikum. So the title of my paper is Spatial and the Minoritization of Muslim Politics, a study of university space and resistance. So coming to my paper, I would like to begin by clarifying the concept of space that I use here. So the term space is one of those ubiquitous terminologies available to one in trying to make sense of the world. It has been used and invoked in a number of different senses, from the literal, metaphorical, to the conceptual, to focus on a wide variety of things. The meaning and use also varies depending on the user's methodological and disciplinary underpinnings, starting from the Cartesian and post-Cartesian abstract conceptions of space to the concrete conceptualization of space as definite locations of particular sizes and shapes. So the idea of space that I refer to here leans more so towards the latter, being invoked here in an anthropological, sociological sense. The space I refer to here exists in the social dimension. So the interest of the paper then is upon people's experiences of spaces, both anthropological and sociological, the making of such places, its transformations and destructions. Space or spatial structures here are viewed as one specific subset of social structures. By this, So by drawing upon Giddens' ideas of social structures, this would mean the objective or given character of structure is only one of the structure's faces, and structure must be conceptualized as dual, both as medium and the outcome of social action. So space constrains as well as enables, but is also constituted and reproduced by social actions. So the interest in space and spatial elements that has steadily increased over time, and by the so-called spatial turn in social sciences, the idea of space has moved on from being perceived as an unproblematized background or an empty container where events take place to a constituent aspect of social phenomena under investigation. So physical environments are both markers and recipients of social identities. And Henry Lefebvre, in his famous Production of Space, looks at how space is produced and how it explains. So he argues that despite having an ontological reality, space is produced through social relations and structures. Another thing I wanted to clarify about my use of the term space is that there is this use of the term place by phenomenological anthropologists, while they reserve the idea of space to something more abstract, culturally void areas. But Descartes, however, uses it in a different sense. And so I do not wish to distinguish between the space-place dichotomy here, and I use both of the terms simultaneously. So the structure of the paper is like, first I draw attention to the existing spaces at the University of Hyderabad, which are integral to the ways in Muslim politics are being carried out. In doing so, I take inspiration from Miles Richardson's study of the plaza and market in Costa Rica. So I first look at the preliminary definitions of different settings, the manner in which the physical and thematic features distinguish one setting from the others. Then I take a look at the interactions occurring within that settings and the image emerging out of the interaction to look at how placemaking experiences are performed within the context of the University of Hyderabad. The concept of spatial-side, as put forth by Sari Hanafi, is then employed to illuminate the continued destruction of universities' political spaces by the administration and how Muslim political and social movements in the university shape their praxis in relation to it. In this paper, I particularly look at three modalities of spatial-side carried out by the university, namely shock cause notices, surveillance, and erasure, and segregation, maybe it could be argued to a limited extent. Lastly, the paper tries to understand how Muslim organizations, with their limited spatial agency, shape spaces in the face of spatial-side against the spatially entrenched interests of the administration, and how such interests are resisted and attempts to reclaim spaces for activism and dissent made. Yeah, so coming to the to look at the places of UOH and the University of Hyderabad and the practices of placemaking, the question of why particular actions took place on a particular site or sites and not elsewhere is a crucial question one needs to answer in making sense of the relationship between the sites of political activities and the course of one's politics. However, it is also important to note that the same site, however, may be used for a different purposes. And and here I find Cooper's understanding of sites particularly useful. She defines sites as a particular piece of social space. Here I use the term site to only refer to wall paintings and protests, and while the idea of space accommodates even more other than just sites. So she defines sites as a particular piece of social space, a place socially and ideologically demarcated and separated from other places. She goes on to say that there is a condensation of values in particular sites. It would certainly be a truism to state that some sites have more power and significance than others, and these qualities need not have any fixed relationship to a physical and empirical dimension. Yeah. Yet, since these are often symbolized in tangible forms, including sites on the grounds, political influence may manifest itself in bestowing these qualities through manipulating forms. So I take a look at some of the examples. One is the example of a newly constructed bus stop near the Students' Amenities Center at the University of Hyderabad. So the bus stop, according to the landscape view of the campus, if I can call that, held by the administration, serves a very instrumental purpose. That is, it facilitates a systemization of the bus service provided out by the administration. The bus stops at certain locations at certain times as per an already fixed schedule. As a result, in this process, there is a large number of bodies coming together at the bus stop in a fixed intervals of time. In addition, students also hang out and engage in other forms of leisure activities at the bus stop. So as such, the bus stop can be viewed as one of such space in the campus where there is a high degree of co-presence regularly. It was this characteristics of the bus stop that might have motivated students from one Muslim political organization in the campus to draw up a Palestinian flag on the bus stop due to its high degree of visibility, further facilitated by the high degrees of co-presence. The act of placemaking soon attracted trouble from the administration, as it often does, as interventions that physically modify landscape attract opposition because they produce socio-spatial forms that are not easily reincorporated into the admin's view of the campuscape due to the sharp ethno-semantic differences that exist between the two conflicting groups. Another illuminating example might be the major protest sites at the campus, namely the Velivada, North Shopcom, and the South Shopcom. In the rendering of the North Shopcom as Velivada, the protests conducted in this space attains a much more symbolical value. There is a kind of a conceptual convergence at the Velivada. The word Velivada literally means the periphery, where the Dalits live at the peripheries. And the North Shopcom, which was rendered into this Velivada, is like the center of the campus. And by bringing out the Velivada into the center, it metaphorically symbolizes the bringing of marginal questions to the center. And in this Velivada, the protests that happened, there are these regular references to the Rohit movement in the protest speeches delivered on the site. And the politically entrenched history of the campus is collectively affirmed. So to again make use of Cooper's use of the scene, the Velivada attains a voice of authority as a stage, giving an emotional effect which is comparable to the power of the rhetoric. It is also interesting to note that how existing forms of space structure the habits of protest. The protest site at North Shopcom is a small centrally located area with the Rohit statue occupying one of the sites. The organizations, in trying to maximize the use of the space and in their attempts to bring together a maximum number of bodies in order to achieve the required collective effervescence that is required for a protest, often have to situate themselves in a circle with the largest possible radius in the square, in the square of the Velivada. The Rohit statue is located at a site where it mostly falls on the circumference of this imagined circle. Thus, both symbolically as well as rhetorically, references of Rohit being part of the ongoing protest is communicated. Movement of benches and other, there are also this, this socio-cultural production of the space of Velivada has actually led to the changes in operation of people's movements. Like the benches have shifted further away, and there is other differences in the spatial layout in correspondence with it. Some places were obliterated, some were more used, and likewise. This is also the same reason why Muslim political organizations do not stage their protests at another space in the university called Kargil Chowk, a space which is conceived on the basis of a rifle affixed with a soldier's cap on top of it, being supposedly at the center of it. This space is constructed with mind of the opposition of the other, which is obviously Muslims, and references to how the nation triumphed over this evil other is constantly made in the protest gathering called upon by this Rudan Wing organization. So, to slightly modify Descartes' arguments, the dialectic between the ways in which people operate, constituting the socio-cultural productions of space, and how socio-cultural configurations, structures, restricts, and enables people's operations is interesting note. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So coming to the idea of spatiocide, so Sari Hanafi puts forth this concept in reference to the systematic destruction of Palestinian living space by Israel. He looks at how spatiocide is a deliberative ideology and a project central to the realization of the Israeli state. So here I focus on three modalities of spatiocide, which are show cause notices, erasure, and surveillance. So, when we filed an RTI to get the data of the show causes received between to compare between Muslim student organization and others, there is a high level of disproportion in the number of protests conducted and the show causes received when you compare both the Muslim organization and other organizations. And also there is this the university actually in a circular segregates a particular space which is reserved for protests, and the other space are not supposed to be used for protests. So this space that is reserved for protests is actually the shape of it is actually interesting because it's a circumscribed space, like it looks like a panopticon, to use Foucault's terminology, and the presence, visibility, and other things are very less while you compare to the Velivada or the South Shopko. So although it's a regular practice to ignore this circular, the admin sometimes issues show cause notices on the basis that the program was conducted in South without permission, while only GB Maidan can be allowed to do protests. But note that this is more so towards targeted towards Muslim organization, while the other organizations are usually left out. And another thing is about booking halls for protest things. Again, here there is this, to use the term lawfare, like the rules of the administration with regards to booking of sites is very very ambiguous, and so the people at the DSW office, they usually read it in very arbitrary terms, and the respondents who I interviewed often opined that the processor looks a bit different every single time, and new kinds of documents are being asked every time. There is also a huge increase in the booking amount. So these are all the things, like how there is a kind of segregation, and And another thing is about surveillance, like, so so there is this constant intimidation using cameras. The security is standing in the corners of the protest site, and the security thing has actually kind of transformed into a regime. So now that the security say that they won't interfere, that the IB will come, the ACP will give you a call, and we will not interfere, so you have to deal with it. So there's this thing, and what else? Sorry, ma'am. So the security from the margins, they used to stand at the margins, they used to take videos, and there was this constant videos that were taken and surveilled, and show cause notices were issued. But even that leads to a kind of internal segregation of one's own political thoughts, as one is constantly alerted by the idea of the security being there, and they have to segregate and have to internalize the segregation of one's own thoughts. And but now the security has actually entered into the protest spaces. They have started attacking students. They have started manhandling the students. They have started tearing the posters, and the ACP, IB, and all these people get involved. So there is this kind of a transformation into a regime, the security regime. Also, like, another interesting thing that happened was, like, recently when a permission was asked to conduct a protest at a particular space, it was denied on the basis that a Ganesh statue is being there. And so there is this thing, because there are some spaces there that leads to the stifling of the other spaces. And coming to erasure, it's not just that Muslim political images or scripts in Arabic Perso Arabic script are being targeted, and Muslim symbols are being more erased. There is also this internal differentiation among removing the Muslim murals also. Like certain symbols which are more visible are being targeted more, while the others are left out. So the administration also tries kinds of negotiates how it approaches these things. And yeah. Then it's almost. Yes. So actually, it's interesting to note that this whole thing of whitewashing, poster tearing, the security regime has all increased during the time of the NRC-CAA, where the Muslim political organizations became hyper-visibilized. And it was also a critical juncture for Muslim politics in HCU, as it was here when the Muslim organizations had a break with the Ambedkarite organizations. And so the Muslim organizations were also coming into the forefront, and they were being targeted more. And coming to the questions of how the Muslim political organization framed their resistance in relation to it, what is actually done is that they try to transform it into a common cause. Although the discourse, it was first taken up as a issue being targeted as targeting Muslim organizations, but as it didn't get the required value, they made it into a common concern, saying that it's a issue for all of us. So yeah, done. Yeah, that's done.
So good morning, everyone. So my name is the audio fine? Yeah. My name is Rashad, and I'm here to present my paper on the communalization of religious processions in India, causes of conflict and hegemony over spaces. So India has always been a plural country of rich, diverse cultures and practices. However, with this very same diversity comes conflict. And Indian history shows how religion has very often been used to incite violence and hate. Historically, there have been many instances of communal violence, especially during festivals. And there are many reasons behind this, which range from micro-level aggressions to larger structures of systematic violence. Now, what is interesting is that when the Hindu festivals of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti were celebrated in the year 2020, the country witnessed communal violence on a very large scale. And a detailed report was prepared by the Citizens and Lawyers Initiative, titled The Roots of Wrath, Weaponizing Religious Processions, which showed how these communal violence occurred in 9 states across India, where the instances of provocation and there were large instances of provocation, and in other 3 states there were low level of violence that happened. Now this violence was triggered in these conflict affected areas due to the passage of these very same religious processions as part of the festivities of Ram Navami and Hanuman Jayanti. And what the specific path that was taken through Muslim dominated neighborhoods. Now the organizers of these processions receive backing from militant Hindutva organizations, and that their essential claim is that the processions are very integral to their faith and is actually a celebration of God. So you can see that the procession is portrayed as a very innocent ritual celebration of God, and any onus of violence that takes place is put on the opposing community that is there, whoever is so-called challenging the procession. Now, these very same religious processions always comprise of large mobs of men dressed in saffron-colored clothing, carrying swords, lathis, trishuls, and in some cases even firearms. And the route in many of these cases always pass through Muslim-dominated neighborhoods and the major mosques which are in the vicinity. And what we basically observe is that rather than singing and celebrating God, the members of this procession will be devoted to raising provocative slogans targeting the Muslim community, slogans demanding for a Hindu Rashtra, and conditions that the Muslims would have to live in after the Hindu Rashtra was achieved. And as we've all seen as of late, the processions always have these DJs, speakers and megaphones playing all sorts of horrible trashy songs which are filled with hate and are at especially high volumes. Now in 2022, another interesting thing was that both these festivals also took place during the month of Ramzan. Now what happened here was that these processions would target mosques during the time of prayer and during the time when the fast was meant to be broken. Again, playing loud music and raising loud slogans. Now this timing allowed the processions to incite and confront a large group of Muslims who would be either gathered at the mosque to pray or to break the fast, and hence we saw more cases of violence. Now we see that these processions become what Gabiro terms as rituals of provocation, which lead to communal violence. Now Peter van de Veer also states that riots that occur due to these rituals of provocation are integral in the construction of a public space, which further defines the conceptions of community within that area. We see that then these communities become very segregated in terms of their rituals and practices, rather than having some sense of a syncretic essence. Now moving on, so a bit of history. So India's history of syncretic traditions has always acted as a deterrent to communalism, and in the present time we have seen many cases of rewriting this very same Indian history to portray that there has always been a very clean divide between various religions and communities that are present in India. Now, Romila Thapar has written about this, how when the BJP was in power during 1999 to 2004, there were a lot of attempts to rewrite these textbooks and change history that is present, which would then essentially say that an Indian identity is very synonymous with the Hindu religion and would portray any minority identity as an outsider community. So the Muslim and Christian religions essentially become foreign influences which came to conquer the Indian landscape. Now, during the 18th century, as Bailey has written, there were a lot of imperatives taken from the ruling class at that time to engage in local and state building by forming relationships between the religious practices of major faiths. Now the examples given were of Maratha rulers and how after 1740 they shared a lot of commonalities with the Mughal Empire. Maratha temples would incorporate a lot of Islamic characteristics in their architecture. Maratha chieftains would be painted in court dresses by Mughal artists, and so on. So Barnett also writes in his mapping of history in North India that as the ruling class would change, the Muslim rulers of emerging regional states would link themselves to local temples and festivals in order to create a sense of community and foster harmony. Now, Professor Faizan Mustafa has also written on this, stating how Mughal rulers would also grant liberal grants for construction of Hindu temples and also adopt a lot of Hindu traditions. This did not stop here, as the educational system that had been established by the Mughal state would also impart education which was relevant for both the Hindu and Muslim students. Now, while the ruling class had some contribution, what Bailey says is the most significant contribution was from the side of the armies that were present at that time. And he notes that many Muslims and Hindus, which would take part in the Mughal campaigns in the armies, would make special provisions in order to facilitate prayers for both religions. Now, during this time also there were ideological movements within Islam and Hinduism which were somewhat against syncretic practices and wanted to show that there was a clear segregation between practices and traditions. However, he attributes the comradeship and present in the warrior culture of the army that made sure that these type of movements had no effect. Now, the work done by Bailey suggests that there needs to be a mandatory presence of preconditions in social structures for sustained communal violence. Now, what I am saying about the pre-British era is no way to say that there was no violence present between communities at that time. There were violence, but it was restricted to the local context, and no larger community angle was given to these conflicts that emerged. Now, moving on to the time of the British administration, this is the time where these low-level conflicts would have larger connotations of community behind them. As the British government, in order to establish an administrative system in the Indian subcontinent, needed to divide and segregate the communities for better administration according to them. Now, Christopher shows how the policy of divide and rule, which was used by the British and other colonies such as Asia and Africa, what this essentially did was that enumeration and categorization was done of the Indian population as part of the census exercise, which solidified the divide between the Hindu and Muslims, making them exclusive categories and erasing the history of syncretic traditions that was there between them. Now, the work done by Bhagat also shows how sustained communal hatred arose from this very same categorization of Hindus and Muslims for the purpose of the census and effective governance of the British administration. Now, Freytag also writes that when she was studying the significance of religious symbols in the formation of Hindu communities in North India, how in order to participate in British governmental structures, there were efforts within communities to reconfigure their ideological definitions and organizational format of the local groups in order to seamlessly take part in the British administration. As the administration segregated these communities and defined them that if you have these certain identity markers, we will take you within the administration and etc. Now, hence, we see the emergence of larger communities divided on the basis of religion, leading to a relegation of these very same syncretic traditions. Now, one major example of this is the emergence of the Ganpati festival. Now, in the 1890s, in the state of Maharashtra, the Shia festival of Muharram was historically a very inter-community festival, and which had musicians from the Hindu community, dancers from the Hindu community, laborers from that community employed to carry Tilak did, was seeing that this collaboration between the Hindu-Muslim community is taking place, and him believing that there needs to be a segregation, he took a festival which was earlier restricted to very local level contexts, like 4 or 5 households in the neighborhood would be celebrating, and he gave that context a larger Hindu, he framed that festival as a larger Hindu festival, which the Hindus would then boycott Muharram, not taking part in that, and then take part in the Ganpati festival in contrast to that. So here is where we see these festivals arising, again segregating communities and making different lines. Now, in the interest of time, I'll just skip a bit, but what I want to say is that post-independence also, because of a lot of rhetoric employed by nationalist leaders, which was not, which relied a lot on religion and as Hassan has also written, the political space during that time, in the absence of any social reform movements, was occupied by religiously inspired nationalism, which again led to rise of communalism and an encouragement to separatist and communal politics. Now, Ghanshyam Shah did a study in the 1970s on how in Gujarat, again we see how these festivals are politicized and are used to used to intimidate the Muslim communities. But that time there were no DJs and anything. But what they would do is they'd stand in front of a mosque, sloganeer, etc. Now, I'll just skip a bit. So the main thing that this my paper has looked at is that using this database which had this repository of processions, I have seen how from 2016 and 23, what were the number of clashes that took place due to religious processions, and what were the elements present within these very same processions. Now, so out of 137 religious processions which occurred between January 2016 to September 2023, what basically is seen is that out of 137, 124 of these religious processions pass through minority Muslim areas, either deviating from the route or having the blessing of the state and the police to pass through these areas. In terms of, even though if there was a route designed by the police, they would go the other route, but the police would not take any actions. Now again, other elements present are the presence of DJs, weapons, sloganeering, stopping in front of mosques, and sometimes even desecration of religious spaces, which again goes to show the rituals of provocation which Gabriel had spoken about. Now, after these incidences take place, there will be some sort of incitement between communities and some violence will take place, but the onus of it and the blame of it completely falls on the Muslim community, which has been showed by a lot of these fact-finding reports done especially by the Center for Study of Society and Secularism, which with this case study I'll take of Khargon in Madhya Pradesh, that the blame was exclusively placed on the Muslim community by the police and state administration, and this was reflected in terms of whose property was demolished, who was arrested, who had FIRs filed against them, and so in conclusion, the whole ecosystem that has been created where these religious processions foster hate and violence has only been achieved with a nexus with the state, because otherwise it is not possible. Because this report I had spoken about in the beginning, the Roots of Wrath report, it showed the example of Telangana and how even when these religious processions took place in Telangana, no cases of violence took place. Why is that? Because the state administration and the police had a proper guidelines as to how these processions should pass. They should not pass through Muslim dominated areas. Even if they do, there should be no instances of provocation and etc. And the essence is that, the main thing I would like to say is that India has, like for example, there's the Justice Madan Commission of how to deal with processions, what should the guidelines be, and these have been there since the 1980s. So no new form of governance or steps from the administration are needed, just the implementation of those steps which are already there, and the formulation of a nationwide guidelines as to how these processions should pass will ensure that there is no violence due to them. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to talk about Muslim spatial formations, ghettos, how they're born, with a special focus on Mumbai. Often celebrated as the most cosmopolitan city, it paradoxically exhibits the highest level of segregation based on religion. There are suburbs that epitomize the intersection of marginality and religious segregation. In this context, attempts will be made to examine the contribution of violence in the production of spaces, usurpation of spaces, and the deterritorialization of the spaces that are available to Muslims. Being categorized as others and their spaces with derogatory terms, the labels are manufactured, circulated in different spaces, and effectively added to the narrative and everyday discourses of communal and sectarian politics to intensify and deepen the stigmatization, something that at this point all of us are aware of. Now, the discourse of the ghetto is common parlance in India. As Lloyd Walker talked about in reference to urban marginality, that the proper object of inquiry is not always the place and the resident itself, but the multi-level processes whereby people are selected, thrust, and maintained in marginal locations, as well as the social webs and cultural forms that they develop therein. Now, attention to both these wider processes that we talked about and the subjective meaning enables us to disentangle what this ghetto is. Now, there's an understanding of the same as an ethnically or a religiously bounded socio-spatial formation that arises from the forced segregation of a negatively stereotyped population. And so the notion of a voluntary ghetto, especially in the Indian Muslim context, which is talked about by many, is very oxymoronic in nature. It misses the principle of exclusionary closure characteristic of these formations. And based on these broader definitions, Geer and Jaffreley in their book had outlined a few characteristics of ghetto as a space of relegation, constraints to residential options, trumping of class and caste by the religious identity, neglect by the state, the estrangement of residents from the city, and a subjective sense of closure. Some of these are certain and necessary conditions that could make a space more or less ghetto, because even though all spatial formations do not fall under the ambit of the same, such as Mumbai, which is not, the ghettos in Mumbai are not estranged from the other parts of the city. But prominent among these is that there is a development of a place of social exclusion. Other people have also come about with different forms of ghetto, calling it a ghetto mahal instead of just the word. That is something that changes, lessens, or intensifies across time. So this necessarily allows for accommodating different processes by which segregation takes place for different people differently, based on their history, their politics, their socioeconomic factors. And this does not homogenize the Muslim ghettos. And in order to also enhance the analytical value of this, scholars like Radhika Gupta have also gone beyond the spatial definition of ghetto to consider what might be termed as a ghetto effect. Now, one does not always encounter a ghetto only within a spatial confines. There are sites where one encounters the ghetto as a trace, as the deterritorialized effect. And so studies are not always on the lives of those who are living within the confines of the ghetto, but also of those who live outside it. And to understand and track the extent possible, the suspicion and antagonism that has produced the ghetto as a geographically delimited space, but is also something that spills beyond it, asserting itself as a more generalized effect to those who live outside of it. So it could also be called as a pervasive mentality by a few, a disposition that would structure your interactions with the other. So this is not just a material space or the territory that it comprises, it extends to a multitude of sites. These are movements of Muslim marginalization. Now the two terms violence and ghetto are to be considered in unison, because ghetto could also be a special form of collective violence that is concretized in an urban space. And the relationship between violence and ghetto can be divided into two, that is ghetto as an outcome of violence and one that also perpetuates violence. Being a Janus-based institution, it plays opposite roles for the two groups or the two collectives that it binds in the relation of asymmetric dependency. For the category of the people that ghettoize it, it serves the purpose of confining and controlling the minoritized population, while for the category of people who are ghettoized, it functions as a protective and an integrative device. Now, with 35.7% of Muslims staying in towns and cities, Muslims are the most urbanized religious community of a significant size in India. And in each of the major cities, there are spatial formations among Muslims that have grown out of violence. As you know, Juhapura formed after the Gujarat riots, being the most glaringly obvious among Okhra, Jamia Nagar, Kondwa, Mumbai, and others. These Muslim neighborhoods, as talked about in Ghazala Jamil's work, are subjects of governmentality that solicits their participation only through communal polarization, and they are treated as non-citizens. And she also contends that this is brought by three processes, the first one being a direct threat of violence and segregation. And then that is followed by intense governmental surveillance, the state's biopolitics, where people are accused of terrorism and they're subject to arrests. This place and these movements of marginalization are manifestations of the uneasy overlap, the time of extraordinary violence marked by riot, and the everyday that is bristled by interactions and edgy encounters with local representatives of the state, something that is also talked about in Ravina Robinson's book. Now, such is also the case with Mumbai. As mentioned before, all the major urban centers in India display such forms of spatial segregation. However, in Mumbai, this process is different from the cities which had a historically Islamic culture. The process is more pronounced where physical spaces as images of metaphorical ones are outlined in virtual boundaries and are traced in the minds of each individual in the city. And while this cosmopolitan image of Mumbai being the financial capital and housing people from diverse backgrounds is not very wrong, the history has provided for religion-based segregated spaces because it pronounced the most obvious form of religious segregation. And there has been a marked increase in the number of segregated spaces for Muslims in violent events. These events, which could be traced back to late 19th century, among the spoiler violent incidences, as has also been mentioned by one of the presenters, the cow protection movements in 1893 that had been spearheaded by Tilak for his mass nationalist populist programs giving rise to Shivaji and Ganpati festivals. And around 1927, there were several instances of communal riots. Post-independence, Mumbai also saw communal riots among many fault lines, and the birth of Shiv Sena, which had later embraced a Hindutva agenda, coincided with several violent communal confrontations. And you had 1984, the massive Bombay Bhiwandi riots too. But of course, the one of the highest magnitude and the one that leads to socio-spatial reconfigurations of the city, something that you see Bollywood grossly misrepresenting, has happened over two temporally disconnected phases culminating in bomb blasts. Muslims around the country were incensed, and Bombay saw the worst ever violence at that time, both in the terms of the number of lives lost and the way it was spread. The first phase was in December 92, the second in January 1993, after which there was a car bomb exploded in BSC, followed by 12 other bombs, but it is not my aim to cover the details of these riots. 1.5 lakh Muslims had fled the violent-ridden neighborhoods and sought shelter in the refugee camps that were set up by the government and spread across the city. Now, these were unique in the city's history for the fact that they spread throughout the city, whereas the earlier riots had been more localized, though the effects were pronounced. That the period between the first and the second phase of riots is very critical to understand the organization of these Maha-Aratis in the city, attaining increasing frequency before the final week of riots, which is collectively calculated violence leading to the creation of these spaces, which also mirrors the genocidal processions that we see today. And obviously, there was an element of land grab that motivated the violence. The existing localities with sizable Muslim populations, such as Baikala, Kurla, Nagpada, and others, which were dilapidated and densely populated neighborhoods that had been in place before these riots, there was hardly any dispersal of Muslim populations from these ghettos to other neighborhoods. Their population did remain concentrated, but if they moved to newer ghettos like Mumbai and Mira Road. Abdul Shaban in his book had constructed a metaphorical map of neighborhoods in Mumbai after the riots as perceived by the people. Hindustan in the middle as the upper caste Hindus across different classes, with Dadar being the center where Shiv Sena held its power, Dalistan constituting of middle and lower classes, predominantly Hindu populations, many of whom were foot soldiers in the riots, and then Pakistan, the spaces that we've been talking about. And so the image of Mumbai and Mera Road and others became that of the largest Pakistans in Mumbai. And these were erstwhile unoccupied lands where there were a few tribal populations living, and concomitantly after the riots, the people were disproportionately affected, and those residing in older neighborhoods fled in search of safer havens. The government of India, in response to the situation, rather gave them extra miles of land to provide accommodation to the Muslims who had flung there to search a safe place. And these people experienced 4 kinds of place-based precarity that had been talked about in the book. These including connotations of filth associated with the place, negligence, apathy, discrimination in job market, and connotations of crime. And Khudseo Contractor, when she talks about the ethnography in Shivaji Nagar, talks about communal politics as spatial politics, and how the idea of a garbage dump in proximity to Shivaji Nagar moves towards calling people as human dump. Localized notions of what the locality was, as talked about by Thomas Hansen, speaks very loud in the face of often unfixable nature of social boundaries in a space like Mumbai. Now, it has been argued that the scarcity of housing in Mumbai and the economic factors have led to the creation of this marginal city dweller, which makes violence stands in the shadows of it. Appadurai had used this term spectral housing, especially with reference to Mumbai, where housing and spaces in the urban settings were rendered inaccessible or invisible to these people from the urban poor, which a lot of Muslim populations belong to. And the spectral aspect of it, which emerges after the violence, leads to the disconnection between the actual physical space and the ability of these marginalized and urban poor groups to be able to live in it. And these actions are obviously justified through discourses of cleanliness, progress, and others disguised under the hatred, and this is a spectralization of their citizenship and rights. But given a choice to leave the space, a lot of these people, though belonging to relatively elite places within the ghettos, they do not wish to. And the status reports and ethnographic works also show that a lot of these ghettos have households which belong to both extremes of the income chart, the poor as well as the very rich. And there are also areas like Dharavi where which was populated by a lot of Muslims, and this predates the 92 riots. But there's evidence that points out towards the internal ghettoization after the events, segregation within the same area based on religious lanes. So yes, they haven't moved out, but they have formed these safe clusters internally. The ghettoization and the creation of this effect, or the ghetto effect, or the ghetto mahol, or the pervasive mentality, however you see it, is driven by this climate of fear and violence, along with catalysts in the discrimination of housing and market and development and others. And as Trujillo had argued, the state engages in these processes in relations of powers so as to create new spaces for the deployment of power, and that is what you see here. Yeah, I think we're short of time, but then I would still like to bring in this anecdote from the conversations that I've had with a lot of people from there, and also the conversations that I've been having with my parents for the past few weeks who have stayed in Bombay for years. This one very subjective sense of ghetto that comes about from the line of Iqbal, which says, "Why nakami matai karwan ja raha, karwan ke dil se ehsaas-e ziya jata raha." This ghettoization of the minds of Muslims is what a few people come about with. Wherein lies the defeat of a person where one succumbs to the conditions that they're placed in and does not let themselves out of it. And I found that very interesting because we were discussing about disentangling what the ghetto is. So it could talk about both the spatiality and the mentality that one has. But anyways, exclusive acts and imposed representations of the state and mainstream society are tried to be subverted in ordinary situations by Muslims in these spaces, the spaces which have been born out of violence. That is all from me.
Thank you very much, all four of you, and I'm very glad to see younger people taking an interest in the politics of the city and the anthropology of the city, because the literature on urbanization is sort of starkly, devoid of studies, ethnographic studies, or very, these kind of granular studies on Muslims and city. So I'm really glad. I'm hoping that all four of you will take this further and, work on this. So when I was listening to you, on Shaheen Bagh, Amina, and the way in which the nationalist frame became the predominant frame, I was thinking of Tufail Chaudhry's work in the context of UK, but it might be useful for you as well to look at, where he talks about how the other of the nation state is seen at best as a tolerated citizen, right? And they must constantly perform loyalty. And the tricolor, the extensive use of the constitution, and these kind of nationalist framing of, the Shaheen Bagh struggle may actually be seen as a performance of, we are not aberrant, right? That we are, upholding the constitution and in a sense more nationalist than you are, right? So that sense of being only a tolerated citizen, not much tolerated either, right? But this constant the need to constantly perform loyalty is perhaps something that you would also like to look at. And, to Rizwan, and I think there was something that connected Rizwan's and Amina's paper, although Amina didn't go into it, but that's something that perhaps you could look at also. The fact that there was a great deal of noise being made about the fact that Shaheen Bagh movement was blocking commuters, that this was the space of the city had been taken over by these protesters, although it was actually the police which had fixed the barricades in a manner that was causing problem to commuters. But the fact that it was seen as these Muslims have taken over the streets of Delhi and they must be therefore taken away from here. This is the kind of spatial side that you speak about, right? And the use of lawfare. And I think both of you might actually benefit from looking at these two judgments of the Supreme Court, Sahani versus Police Commissioner of India, I'll give you the references, and Mahakisan Panchayat versus Union of India, where the Supreme Court is using a logic, which is aberrant, both morally and legally, where it's saying that the rights of protesters have to be balanced by the rights of commuters, or, you can't, it's in court, as with the farm laws, it's in court, so you can't protest. So who owns these, public sites? Whose rights to protest in a public space are being violated? That's something perhaps, there's some interesting work around these two judgments, that you could look at. Also, Rizwan, perhaps it is there in the paper, but, because of lack of time, we could not hear it in greater detail. How is it, show cause notices, denial of meetings in halls, bookings, and so on, is a very common practice that universities use with all student groups. Perhaps not with ABVP, but with all other groups, right? Whether it's ASA or it's left or SIO or MSF or whatever it may be. So what are those very specific practices which are producing minoritization? If you were to focus more on that, perhaps, then, the argument could be developed further, right? And, sorry. Rashad seems to be struck by a sense of nostalgia for a syncretic past, which we don't know whether existed or not. Yeah. So, I mean, this is the kind of argument that Nandi and Madan also use, saying, that, in the past there were all these practices of pluralism, religious pluralism, which worked as a bulwark against communalism. It has a grain of truth in it, no doubt. And the fact that colonial state practices did reify identities, but there's also other kind of literature which is available, which you might be interested in looking at. For example, Sumit Guha's work on how colonial census did not invent identities. The identities were already there. Even the Mughal court had a list of mansabdars, list of people without land, the number of households in a village, and they were all identified by religion. So what changes during that period, and what changes in the post-colonial period specifically, right? So maybe focusing on the state rather than the pluralism that is inherent within the communities themselves, might be more productive. Also, you could also look at Paul Brass's work on riot, that would be sort of helpful. To the last paper, Zainab's paper, again a very excellent paper. Zainab, I was just wondering if you could think, I mean, I agree with most of what you said, including the fact that we have this very unique situation where you have these Muslim mohallas which are multi-class. With no other community will you find that, if you go to Jamia Nagar, next to my university, you have working class people living with very middle class people, living with very rich people as well. So this kind of multi-class inhabited by one single community is not found anywhere, right? So, so I think that you brought that out quite well. But I would just urge you to perhaps also look at, and this is something that you can, you don't have to respond to it, but, there is a lot of literature these days which abjures the use of the word ghetto, right? And perhaps you had it, but, there was, yeah. Yeah, so there is that, they say that segregation or something else perhaps is a better conceptual, better term to use rather than ghettos. So I'll just end there, and we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to respond to me, so that's fine. They want. Don't give speeches.
Thank you all for your insightful and very reflexive papers on the space and politics of it. I would like to commend as well as initiate a chain of thought to the last paper on ghettoization. And it's really interesting to see a study on Mumbai where, as per records, 24% of the land is slums. So when we talk about ghettos, we many times forget the other aspect of it in terms of slums, right? And when talking about slums in India, goes without saying Dharavi, right? When I was there doing fieldwork for an internship project, I could see Dalits as well as Muslims living in a segregated space, whereas they were in the same ghettoized or the safety concern of it. Rather, from that aspect of residence, they were transferring or propagating their occupational and economic aspect to around the city. These idli walas and those who sell idli and sambar throughout the city, the Tamil immigrants who came in the later part of 20th century and who can claim the reality of building the city of Mumbai, which were just 7 islands before that, right? An aspect of that. And then second aspect of it is the Ambedkar colonies or Ambedkar districts during the time of Bahujan Samajwadi Party in UP. It's a state-driven segregation in order to, interact economically, occupationally, and residence-wise for a similar kind of people, in this case, Dalits. An initiation of chain of thought would be how, if you look at both Dalits, Muslims, and rather from your own case study of Mumbra, the Dalit Muslims, how do we see the safety aspect of it? And how do we see the occupational aspect of it when they are, if not allowed to participate or permitted to participate residentially, but economically, they are able to, or rather partially permitted to participate throughout the interactions, if at all, in an unorganized or informal sector of it. Yeah, thank you.
So with regards to Dharavi, I mean, I didn't have a lot of time, so I couldn't really elaborate on it, but I had referred to this sort of internal ghettoization. And Dharavi, as I mentioned, has predated all of these rights, right? And a lot of Tamil Hindus, and they were Muslims in it. And because Dharavi is very inextricably linked to the economy of Bombay, you do not see that sort of segregation, as I mentioned. You see some sort of internal ghettoization that happened after the Bhivandi riots. But they, in terms of safety, they cannot leave the place because the economy in Dharavi also depends on them. So they're along with them. And when in terms of the Dalit Muslims, there is obviously double discrimination in there. And when the processions had been there, even through Dharavi, and when the Bhivandi riots broke out and after 92, when these spaces started being relegated or started being separated into different areas, you could say that the economy still had to be maintained. And while I was saying that violence comes ahead, the fear and violence comes ahead of the economic factors, I mean, these are catalysts. These are catalysts in terms of the making of segregated spaces. But then in terms of Dharavi, the Muslims have been relegated to the margins, but they're still a part of the economy. But in terms of the Ambedkar colony that you were saying, and the case of the Dalits and the Buddhists are very different after the Ramamai massacre, if you've read about it, right? That is because I was referring to Mumbai Muslim spatial formations that has a different trajectory than those of the Muslims in Mumbai. So when it comes to Dalits, I would say that there have been riots that have been traced about in Sumania's paper where the ghetto mahol had come about. But yes, and in terms of the Dalits, the economic factors did play a role. The violence of development that I had mentioned about. If that suffices, if there's anything else that you want to ask.
this session with the title Theology and Politics. As most of you come from the SIO background and many of them are well learned in theology, this session will be attractive and more engaging with all of you, and I hope thank you for the silence. So this session will be more engaging, as most of us are well versed in theology and we are much engaged with our Islamic theology. Inshallah, this session will be engaging, and I hope all of you to participate in the Q&A as well as this session. Brother Tahir Jamal on the stage. Let me introduce him. He is a PhD research scholar at University of Hyderabad. He is trained in English language and literature with a focus on cultural studies. Yet he works with interdisciplinary methods, archives and text. His doctoral work focuses on Muslim engagement with the state in colonial and post-colonial context in South India. He was also a fellow in University of Germany from Göttingen. At the same time, he is also a part of University of Free. His areas of interest include Islam, identity, community, religion. Please come onto the dais. We have Farisa Sheikh from University of, she is a research associate from Center for Study and Research, New Delhi. I request her to please come onto the dais. Thank you everyone. Let's start our first paper. I would request Safa P to start this session on her paper Mapila Muslim Women in Contemporary Bahujan Political Movements, Reimagining Rebellious Past with a Theological Motivation. I request her to please initiate the session.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Am I audible? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. This paper is my master's thesis proposal, which is in very early phase. So, and the title is already mentioned, and then after sending the abstract and constantly thinking about the title, I felt like the title has still to be qualified. So I wanted to name the paper something more generic, something like faith, history and political engagement, the role of Muslim women from southern Malabar in contemporary Indian politics. It informs their understanding of public participation with a particular focus on political activism. Muslim women from Malabar, South India have been increasingly present in the contemporary political resistance in response to the growing Hindu ethnic nationalism and increasing violence against minorities. Through their political engagements from margins, both within universities and in various discursive political networks, they assert religiosity by using religious symbols, organizing faith-based gatherings, and invoking theoretical rhetorics in slogans and media. Is audio fine? Okay. Now answering why my focus is on Malabar. This is my discipline is anthropology, and My methodology is ethnography, so I have to confine it in a particular region. And recent research has increasingly examined the regions that is South Malabar, its anti-colonial resistance, which is often interpreted through a lens of piety and political theology. And then why particularly the rationale for why particularly Malabari Muslim women, this focus becomes this rationale progress solely to modern feminist movements are re-articulating the claim of theologically motivated political past and drawing parallels into the construction of political consciousness. And I have some 10 plus ethnographic accounts as of now, but I don't have time go into detail. And in order to know how Muslim women, young Muslim women from this region perceive female figures from their old generation, I am I'm reading some accounts. Asma hails from Chenamangalur, a village with a strong influence from the Islamist movement that particularly emphasized women's education. Asma talks about her grandmother as she completed her formal education up to the fourth grade, after which she began taking informal Quran lectures in Nabat for Muslim women in her village. Asma recalls questioning her grandmother about why she neither pursued formal employment nor demanded wages for their Quran lectures. Despite these concerns, the respect and prestige associated with being a Quran mu'allima that provided a significant sense of pride and fulfillment was something her grandmother cherished. Asma describes her paternal grandmother as a figure of strength and wisdom, and maternal grandmother worked diligently in agriculture and managed the household. Her grandfather, known for his philanthropy, spent his savings to support impoverished members of the community while his wife managed the household. In another account, Sophia, these are all fake names. Sophia's paternal grandmother attended school until the fourth grade, making her the first girl in the family to receive formal modern education. Sophia's grandmother's aunt was a Mullachi, a respected female religious leader at the Ottupalli, and so many other, she recalls so many other stories about Muslim women who are taking very leading decision-making powers in the family, not only family, but also in the economic sphere of family and also the business of the family and all these things. And then her grandmother frequently recounted dramatic stories about her husband's father and uncle who were taken by the British Army during the Khilafat movement and narrowly escaped the wagon massacre by keeping their noses in a hole in the wagon. These stories deeply influenced Sophia, helping her understand the broader political context of her region and shaping her political subjectivity during her late teenage years. These older women, known for their extraordinary kindness and generosity motivated by piety, played a crucial role in supporting extended family members and poor in the village. They earned significant respect and affection, contrasting with the more distanced respect afforded to older men. And then another account. Asi identified her mother as remarkably strong woman, raises in a poor family as the eldest daughter of a man deeply engaged in studying various political and religious ideologies. After completing degree in a residential leading Islamic studies institution, Asia's mother relocated to Saudi with her husband in early 1980s, and then she began attending mosques and Quran learning sessions. She eventually started conducting Quran teaching halkas and a lot of other, utilizing available resources and connecting with fellow Malayali migrants. This is in early 1980s, where a few female migrants was in Saudi. And her teaching in Islamic knowledge, tafsir and hadith, providing great support and inspiration to Asia as he pursued her higher education. So, and then the accounts continues. The accounts, in short, I could identify young Malabari Muslim women traces their activism back to the resilience and leaderships of women in their early generations as a source of inspiration, shaping their perspectives and contribution to the contemporary political discourses. Furthermore, in all these stories, grandmothers are being informed about the political theology of the region, even if they didn't have stories about Khilafat activism directly from the immediate family. All have pursued repeated articulation and of rebellious history and piety. All interlocutors emphasize that their engagement in the public sphere builds upon the activism of their mothers and grandmothers. This earlier generation, with their significant influence and pious motivations, are seen as pivotal in shaping regional sociopolitics. This perspective aligns with Huria Boutelja's decolonial paradigm and Sabah Mahmood's methodological insight as well. Despite generational mothers' approach, recognizing the potential harm these discourses could inflict on their political subjectivity. The prevalent narrative suggesting that Malabari Muslim women are only now advancing through liberal feminist model is met with skepticism by all these women. These, although exposed to liberal values in universities and all other secular political spheres, they find that engaging with their region's political theology and contemporary Islamist movement reaffirms their alignment with their mothers' ethical frameworks. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. I request all the presenters to please present the paper. I know your hard work. You need to put it in front of all our guests, but I request to please conclude in 10 minutes. Our next presenter are packing the contribution of voluntary organization of Jamaat Islami Kerala to social service and development.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Here, I am here to present on the topic Faith in Action, Unpacking of Voluntary Organizations of Jamaat Islami Kerala in Social Service and Development. In the wake of recent Wayanad landslide, scene of loss of life and critical injuries left everyone in shock. However, what was astonished was to witness the selfless rescue efforts of the relief teams who risked their own lives to save others. Here, the selfless acts, which may be difficult for secularism to comprehend, focusing on the faith, let's take a context of child's birth. The concept of fitra, the pure nature, assumes great importance in Islamic thought, signifying the purity and innocence of human nature. This is innate and essential for the survival of humanity. Gradually, as individuals mature and develop cognitively, they begin to express a sense of self-awareness and individuality, leading to the emergence of independent, revitalize that images of human flows such as selfish desires, ego, and so on, in the sincere devotion to God. Philanthropy is deeply rooted in the worship of God. Worship of God or worship of Allah and serving humanity is interdependent. That means seeking Allah's favor by serving others is the action which is motivated by a desire to please Allah, either than personal gain. Prophet, peace be upon him, said, he who is not merciful to people, Allah will not be merciful to him. So that we can understand that a believer cannot have two faces. That in Quran itself it is said that Munafiq have the two faces. That means in the same way, serving hand cannot do a wrong to others. That means serving will be helpful from other crimes. Islam advocates for a life of moral excellence characterized by abundance of good deeds. One of the pillars of Islam is zakat. It obligates Muslims to engage in charity giving. The concept of progressive values is exemplified by the obligatory practice of zakat. Here we can understand that this faith is the absolute submission to Allah. Hegel's concept of fanaticism refers to the willingness to sacrifice for abstract ideas as in seen in the French Revolution. But in contrast, the Mohammedan movement involves sacrificing for a divine entity. However, Hegel viewed later that having a negative impact in Mohammedan movement. That means, unlike other revolutions where ideas are either mediated or immediate, the Mohammedan movement is characterized by individual sovereignty with the divine will gripping the individual. When we can take the Ali Izzat Begovich's word from the Islam between East and West as counterpart to Hegel's concept of fanaticism as if this world exists in peace, space and time only, and this nature is indifferent to justice and injustice, then the sacrifice of a hero is senseless. Nevertheless, as we refuse to consider it senseless, it then becomes a revelation to God. We approve of this absurd act. That means here we gain nothing and expecting only the reward from the God is the absurd act with all our heart, without knowing why nor asking for any explanation. The greatness of a heroic deed is not in success, as it is very implements ideological. It's essential to mention Siddiq Hasan Saib, who played a pivotal role in initiating voluntary organization in Jamaat-e-Islami. I think we can't move without mentioning him. He is the founder of People's Foundation, driving force behind the establishment of IRW, Ideal Relief Wing. This paper scrutinizes only a few which are esteemed and frequently cited works. That means IRW, People's Foundation and INFAQ. IRW, Ideal Relief Wing, during periods of natural disasters and calamities, the IRW purposefully organized and trained volunteer groups undertake systematic relief and rehabilitation efforts. I have been telling in short words, so there's no time, I think. In people, this is a registered NGO. This is a registered NGO that provides guidance and service through local community engagement, offering interest-free microcredit and loan facilities to those in need.
Some of the organizations and explaining the contributions will take plenty of time, and it's not possible for us because we have a short time. So I will explain the impacts of these contributions in the social development. So these impacts can be articulated as firstly, it's the Jamaat-e-Islami Kerala pioneered the voluntary activities in an organizational structure within the Muslim community. The Christian community had took lead in this field as part of their missionary works, but it is after the Sachar committee report Jamaat-e-Islami established Vision 2016, and this was the beginning of the initiation of voluntary organizations within the Muslim community. Secondly, the Jamaat introduced a participatory development approach. Jamaat initiated a novel participatory approach in implementation of social service programs, which took the Kerala social service programs into a new direction, that is by arranging to make maximum use of the talents of every sections of community. And the next one is ripple effect, which means Jamaat-e-Islami Kerala's pioneering social service efforts set a new benchmark. forcing other political parties and ideologues to follow suit, lest they face potential backlash and erosion of public support. So it is after Jamaat Islami, even the Kerala government initiated a house constructing scheme, that is life mission scheme. And the next one is rescue to rehabilitation. Jamaat Islami initiated a transformative shift in disaster management, that is transitioning from rescue, the primary rescue-oriented paradigm, to rehabilitation, more holistic rehabilitation in disaster management. Earlier, the disaster management was limited to rescue operations, and the political parties just limit in rescue operations without showing any concerns for the lives of survivors after they lost everything in the calamities. So it is after People's Foundation's rehabilitation projects, Kerala came to get aware about the importance of rehabilitation projects. And the next thing is impact is professionalization. So voluntary organizations of Jamaat Islami Kerala facilitated a paradigmatic shift in the professionalization of social service programs, thereby enhancing the quality, effectiveness, and sustainability of these initiatives. Most of the benefits to the society, but these lack in professionalism. So, and here Jamaat Islami introduced a professionalization in social service field. The next thing, and the important thing, impact is the social harmony. The organization's social services, regardless of caste, class, and religion, it contributed in the social harmony, and it challenged the divisive political agenda of some political parties, which aimed to polarize the Kerala society along religious lines and leverage communal tensions for electoral gains. And the last final impact that we articulated is the women empowerment. Jamaat Islami pioneered a groundbreaking initiative by integrating women into rescue projects and voluntary activities. And this challenged the public norms about the women intervention in public, and especially the public norms about Muslim women interventions. And coming to the next part of our paper, we are looking into the state regulations over voluntary organizations of Jamaat Islami Kerala. We know that this voluntary sector plays a vital role in the social development, and these often alleviate the government's responsibility of ensuring social welfare. It actually mitigates the burden of government. But even though, despite this, the voluntary organizations are often some restrictions that Jamaat Islami faces will be explained here. Firstly, FCRA, this is a Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, restricts accepting and utilizing the foreign funds for activities, and the activities. This act prohibits utilizing the foreign funds for activities that will harm the nation interest. There were number of voluntary activities that was taken by Jamaat Islami using this session, and there are many more examples, but I'm not going into that. So through this paper, we argue that Muslim philanthropy stands as a threat to Muslim otherization. We know that Jamaat Islami is accused of many criticisms, like it is a terrorist organization, it is they are fundamentalist, they represent, often manipulate the here these voluntary organizations act as communicators between public and organization, and these voluntary organizations show what really Jamaat is. So more often it is these organizations introduce Jamaat, its social commitment to social welfare than its literary works and orations. So coming to the conclusion, after all this analysis of the contributions of Jamaat Islami Kerala, we assert in this paper that Muslim community that Jamaat represents is an asset alienations that Muslim community faces. These we know that the marginalizations and it threats gives us substantial gap in social development, diligent in its philanthropical works. So then this is because it is from its internal spiritual stimulus and faith derived from prophetic and divine lessons about philanthropy, and putting this faith into action, we are becoming assets, or Muslims are becoming assets to the nation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. Now I would call Brother Mushtaq to present his paper on resistance in praxis, a reading on Indian Muslims in light of Maqasid Sharia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. So my paper is titled Resistance in the Practice, a reading on Indian Muslims in the light of Maqasid Sharia. Firstly, let me try to introduce what is Maqasid Sharia. So Maqasid is a plural of the word maqsad, okay, maqsad, and which means goal, aim, and objects. So Maqasid of Sharia means the objects or the goals or the aims of Sharia. So as we know, the Muslims, Haqidah is a part of our worship. Definition of the Sharia, which are the main, the law must bring about a public benefit in society. When Islamic theory or the law theory implementing a law in the society, it's considering two things. First one is the law must bring about a public benefit in society, which is jalbul maslaha in Arabic. And second thing is the law must prevent a harm thing. It is called in Arabic that dar'ul mafsada. So maslaha is trying to apply a goodness in the society, and dar'ul mafsada is to avoid or stop that harmful thing from the society. So that is the concept of Maqasid Sharia, or the Sharia or the maslaha in the society. The benefits and harm of forming part of their moral way of life. However, from an Islamic political perspective, what constitutes a public benefit or harm to be implemented or prevented must be determined according to the context. To evaluate this, consider the 6 essential needs, laruriyatu sitta. It's in Arabic is laruriyatu sitta, that must be preserved. The 6 essential things that must be protected are religion, life, wealth, intellect, and lineage, and dignity. The protection of these essential is what referred to as Maqasid al-Sharia. That Islamic way of life revolves around these 6 aspects. So the specifications of Islamic Sharia and fiqh is that it has a flexibility to adapt to the times and circumstances according to the socio-political context and its impact. What was once deemed too forbidden or impermissible may not necessarily be so in the later time. So this is the Islamic fiqh and Sharia has a flexibility to adapt the things according to the time and the society or the context. Okay, so let's go to the next point. The first thing about the Maqasid Sharia is the protection of life and the protection of life and religion. Okay, which means that the protection hifluddin in Arabic. India is a country that has officially declared secular. In this, what is the origin of secularism? The original concept of secularism is rooted in the idea of in the Renaissance of Europe, and the secularism rooted in the idea of separating religion from the public life. That is the idea of secularism. The secularism first emerged during the Renaissance movement of the 15th and 16th centuries in Europe, primarily due to conflict between the Christian clergy and the theological worldviews. When the Christianity engaging to the social life after the Renaissance happened in Europe in the 15th and 16th century, the secularism, the idea of secularism that it's introduced that the religious life must be worshipped only in our personal life and personal spaces. That is the idea of secularism which formed before centuries. The secularism practiced in India today, however, is one of exclusion. This needs to critically exercise of this tool to their faith. Such violations must be viewed as the direct negation of the protected objectives of Sharia, specifically the protection of life and faith. So next one is protection of wealth or the property. So we can see nowadays we can see the Amendment Act about the Waqf projects and the Waqf properties. One aspect of anti-Muslim genocide in India has been marginalized and oppression of the economic destruction. So we can the bomb blast happened in there was places where the bomb blast had happened in India. So the way we can get some ideas that there were Muslims lived with a lot of business and business ideas. So due to the bomb blast and the genocide that happened there, they destroyed the Muslims destroyed their economic life in India. So this is related to the protection of the according to the Makkah Sharia, it's a part of the protection of the wealth and property of Muslims. A livelihood and access to resources are essential of easing human life, which is taysir in Arabic. However, when these are stripped away, it leaves the community disastered. Okay. Next one is intellect and lineage and dignity. I am saying together these three things like the intellectual hiflul akal and the lineage hiflul dignity hiflul like something I forget the Arabic name. So we can see in the Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala described the humans as the Khalifatullah. Like the قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً. That is a very wonderful definition of the humans, because Allah is our creator and He has the only power to define us. Okay, so the Khalifa, the word Khalifa is a very powerful one. It's not only related to the power, okay, but also it is a part of our dignity in our life. So why the Islam prohibited the alcohol? This is why the Islam prohibited alcohol. Usages of alcohol is a protection of our cognitive and our consequences. So when a person became as an unconscious person, there's a chance to happen lot of immoral things in a society. That's why Islam prohibited. This is an example, prohibited usage of the alcohol product in our life. Okay. It is an impaired judgment that leads to social problem. While the prohibition of alcohol is meant to preserve intellect and development, the proper use of the intellect are equally important. Human progress towards civilization and the building of advanced social environments stem from the appropriate application of human intellect. The acquisition of knowledge and its practical implementation are crucial parts of this process. Thus, the social structure that supports the generation of knowledge is of a great significance. For such a structure to exist, people must be educated. While examining the socio-economic condition of Muslims in India, it becomes evident that they lag far behind in education and knowledge production. This is further supported by the findings of the Mandal Commission report in India. The current Indian social structure, persons privileged to are often influenced by factors such as lineage, caste, religion, and the skin color. protecting a person from discrimination based on their identity and ensuring their social and religious right are vital. This is a part of Islam's humanitarian values. Let me introduce why we know that as we are now in Hyderabad, we know that Rohit Vemula has committed suicide. Okay, Rohit Vemula is a non-Muslim, and he committed suicide. And the lot of Muslim organizations, including SIU and MSF, are protected to the right and the justice for the Rohit Vemula. Why? Because suicide is strictly prohibited in Islam. But we are protected. We are protecting the justice for the suicide person. Basically, suicide is a haram. But why we are protecting for a justice of a suicide person? It is part of our concept of a justice and the part of a dignity of a human. So the protection of dignity is a very basic thing, and the protection of justice, getting justice, is a very basic and basic major concept of Islam. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that we have to stand with them. Kunu qawwamin lillahi shuhada'a bil qist. This is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran. We have to stand with them, justice for the people. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks about, Allah saying that وَمَا لَكُمْ لَا تُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَالْمُسْتَضَعِفِينَ فِي الْأَرْضِ. We have to stand with, we have to protect for the oppressed persons in the world. So there is no any kind of boundaries of caste and religions and classes. We have to stand with the people. That's Allah. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that annasu sawasiyatun ka asnanil mush. The peoples are same. Peoples are same. There is no any kind of discrimination between black and white and like the caste and class religious thoughts. Okay, we have to implement in our social and political life. So when we are reading the contemporary Indian politics, we have to approach the government and social order. We cannot leave as a Muslims or a political concept such as Hakimiyya and Taghut. Okay, so this is what with the Sayyid Maududi Sahab detailedly explaining and taught us in due to the Tawfimul Quran in its various books. We can see that according to Islamic doctrine, both universal and specific form of legislative authority are exclusively Allah's. The Quran emphasizes with a lot of verses in the Quran itself, granting this partner with him. So that's a part in our Indian society. The Quran clarifies that those who enforce laws without recognizing Allah's authority are considering Taghut. This is a border sense that the sense Taghut refer to any authority or system obstructing the realization of Islamic values on the earth. So when we are analyzing the 6 essential things, we have to Islaha, or the public example from Kerala, illustrate how Muslim scholars and leaders have navigated non-Islamic system to promote justice. For instance, the Kunyali Marakar, under the Samudiri of Calicut, who was a non-Muslim ruler, engaged in jihad against the Portuguese colonizers to prevent widespread justice in security. Such as action reflect a pragmatic approach to upholding Islamic values in non-Muslim contexts. This is how I believe that, I understand that we cannot recollect the Khilafah which are destroyed centuries ago. So we can work for the social structure or the goodness in the society with the concept of Sharia and the Khilafah, that is Masalih an-Nas, which is welfare of the people. I am concluding my words. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thanks a lot. Let's move on to our next presentation. I request the organizers to please switch on the presentation. We have a PowerPoint presentation on the topic, the politics of resistance, exploring liberation theology in modern Islamic thought. I request Farisha Shah to take over. Sorry, Farisha Sheikh.
Actually, it's a very basic presentation, so if you don't show, it's fine.
Shall I get started? Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. My name is Prasha, and my topic today is the politics of resistance, exploring liberation theology in modern Islamic thought. So basically, in my paper today, what I've attempted to do is to apply the framework of liberation theology towards understanding how do Muslims, from an ideological basis, how do Muslims understand? So a few sub-themes. Firstly, how do they understand how to respond to oppressive conditions from a religious, spiritual, and theological lens? How do they understand conditions of, and through this same framework, how do they understand conditions of political disempowerment, political powerlessness, the new forms of oppression that Muslims are facing in the 21st century, right? They're very different from the forms of oppression that they have faced under colonial rule in the 20th century. And finally, how all this ties into the idea of resistance in practice. What does resistance actually look like in practice? So, okay, next slide, please. So, liberation theology, the concept as such, it theoretically it's originated in Latin America in the 60s and 70s. So it was the concept that sought to apply, so basically liberation theology is a concept that seeks to apply religious values to the questions of social justice. One of the most prolific names in liberation theology, Hamid Dabashi, he defines liberation theology as articulation of the meaning of faith based on commitment to abolish injustice. And there are a few big names in Islamic liberation theology specifically. So the first is, of course, Hamid Dabashi. And he has a very interesting take on the idea of Islam in power. He says that Islam as a religion of protest, speaking truth to power, can never actually be in power. So he sees that as an inherent paradox. The other big name in Islamic liberation theology is Farid Ishaq. So he contends that the Quran as a textual source, but for him the experience of oppression and the struggle against it, that is praxis, that is also just as important a quote-unquote text of theological reflection. The very idea of understanding Islam through the framework of liberation theology, that is the contribution of Asghar Ali, engineer, and he says, so for him, liberation, like faith and charity, they're two sides of the same coin. They're totally inseparable. This indicates the evidence of one's faith lies in the extent to which he is capable of implementing his individual piety at the level of society. So, next slide, please. Yeah, right. So, in the spirit of comparative study, to better illustrate my point today, what I've done is, so in this particular paper, I'm focusing only on two strands of Islamic thought. One is Islamism, and the other is what has been identified by scholar Dr. Wala Kuwaisi as neo-traditional Islam, which is mainly in the West. So, kind by Sayyid Abul Ala Maududi, and this is considered a very prime text of what we now call Islamism, and specifically institutional Islamism. And the second text is Dua an-Nasiri, Prayer of the Oppressed, the English translation and introduction of which is written by American Muslim scholar Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. I'll only be talking about the introduction part of that text today. So these two texts, they have a lot of interesting similarities and a lot of interesting differences as well. So the contextual background first. So Witness Unto Mankind is actually a speech given by Sayyid Abul Ala Maududi originally given in Urdu in 1946 in Sialkot, Undivided India. Later on it was translated into English. And that time period, 1946, the specter of impending partition is looming in the distance. There's communal riots everywhere, there's bloodshed everywhere, and it's a very difficult time for the Muslim community. And similarly, so prayer of the oppressed is actually, it's a poem it's a prayer in the form of a poem written in Arabic by 17th century Moroccan Muslim scholar Imam Muhammad bin Nasir ad-Dari. And this prayer was actually said to be so powerful that it was credited for the defeat of the French occupation in the 20th century in Morocco. And Sheikh Hamza Yusuf has translated the poem in English, and he's written an essay like introducing the ideas of the poem, and he's giving his opinion on the idea of responding to oppression from an Islamic perspective. So now the similarities are that both the texts, they have so both the texts, they analyze the causes for like why are Muslims facing oppression. So both the texts try to identify the causes of that, and they both of them, the similarity is that both of them situate that in the reason why Muslims are facing oppression is that it is an outcome of their spiritual failure. So both of them, they mention this point. And in both cases, the solutions to that are also provided, but that is where the difference occurs, is that the way in which they imagine the solution is very, very different. So, for example, Maulana Maududi talks about word witness versus action witness. So the idea of bearing witness unto truth through not just your words, but also your actions. And that framing itself emphasizes the idea that Muslims cannot see their spiritual health as isolated from the rest of humanity. It is inextricably linked to the rest of humanity. Now, whereas Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, because he falls into the neo-traditionalist school of thought, he prefers to sort of individualize the problem instead of seeing it as a collective structural problem. So he writes, the cycles of violence that now hold much of humanity in a death grip can only be abated if each of us is willing to acknowledge that the oppressor and the oppressed are both dimensions of our own selves. We are actually reflections of each other. The other similarity is that both the authors, they are very, very extremely harsh and extremely critical of the condition of Muslims. So they are like, they hold Muslim society very much accountable. So Maulana Maududi, he says, the punishment meted out to Muslims for their crimes in this world is there for all to see. Indeed, the extent and pace of our decline has been in proportion to the extent and pace of our negligence and failure to do our duty to bear witness to the truth. In the similar way, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf writes, the Quran demands that we see calamities as the fruit of our own tyranny and recognize that our suffering is rooted in our attachment to all that is other than God. So both authors, again, they stress on the importance of individual spiritual transformation as very necessary, as very basic requisite step for the larger step, which is like collective change. So the first important thing is individual spiritual transformation. But this is where the similarities end, because while both authors emphasize this, that individual spiritual transformation is important, the end goal of that spiritual transformation, what is the purpose of that? Ultimately, what is the purpose of that spiritual transformation? That is imagined very differently by both the authors. So for Maulana Maududi, the purpose of individual spiritual success is to enable collective spiritual success. And the hallmark of that success would be in realizing the duty of the titular witness unto mankind. And what that entails, like being a witness unto mankind, what that entails is that Muslims should play an active role in enforcing the divine will, establishing Islamic principles and teachings as the authority in the world. in Prayer of the Oppressed, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, he understands the personal individual spiritual growth as sufficient. So he does not, he disagrees with this need to have this interventionist approach. His opinion is that, just like if every Muslim focuses on their own spiritual development, that is enough for the collective salvation. One of the major contrasts is that in Prayer of the Oppressed, there is a categorical condemnation of explicitly condemned the idea of politicized Islam. So Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, he writes, the modern Muslim obsession with so-called Islamic governance is a dangerous fantasy. It has led to a politicization of Islam that has eviscerated its spiritual power and exalted indiscriminate violence as a justifiable means to Islamic ends. But in Witness Unto Mankind, we see that the Maulana Maududi, he believes that not only the active role of Muslims in all the realms, social, political, economic, etc., is not just encouraged, but in fact it is seen as the very raison d'etre of the Muslim Ummah, of a Muslim's existence in the world. So, and this is very typical of institutional Islamism, he sees the state as essential to the role of the Islamic state, state ruled by the Sharia, as essential in the path towards liberation. So he writes, finally I should state one more important thing, this witness of ours would not be complete unless we establish a state based on the principles and teachings of Islam by translating its ideals, practice, etc. into equity, justice, reform, virtue, righteousness, etc. Such public conduct would be a living testimony for all mankind that Islam is indeed the true guarantor of human well-being, that only following its tenets can ensure the good of mankind. So the possible reasons for this this particular understanding of liberation, it is based on their own particular reading of the Quran, their own understanding of Islamic theology. So for neo-traditionalists, they, interestingly, they are against politicization, but if at all they want to be political, they will advocate for political conservatism. They believe in maintenance of hierarchy, authority. They are completely against radical politics. But when it comes to, and if you listen to Sheikh Hamza Yusuf's lectures, he will always emphasize on ayat such as the ayat of Surah Al-Baqarah that Allah is with the patient. So like being patient against oppression is seen to be, that is like the solution to oppression, that one should just have patience and that will be rewarded in the akhirah. And the ayat which are related to political power, that oh Allah, you are the owner of authority, you give authority to whomever you will and you remove authority from whomever you will. So he says that in the context of political power, like who is in political power position. Now, whereas if you come to Islamists, so they emphasize on certain ayat which are, the core of their liberation theology. So the ayat about mankind being like we are called to be witnesses unto truth, right? And then the ayat about you are the best of people, brought forth for mankind, enjoining good, forbidding wrong, and believing in Allah. And then the ayat about where Allah says, I will place on the earth a Khalifa. Khalifa has so many interesting English translations. Vicegerent, viceroy, representative, inheritor, successor, steward. So basically Islamists understand, and this is very beautifully encapsulated by Dr. Ismail Raji Al-Faruqi in his book Al-Tawheed, Its Implications for Thought and Life, that this is based in the idea that the Muslim has to necessarily move beyond intention into actionalism, the ethic of action. The Muslim has to actualize the divine will and has to necessarily intervene in the trajectory of space-time, to be an active participant in the theater of history as it unfolds. So we see how this fundamental difference in the very understanding of Islamic theology impacts the idea of political liberation. I have a lot more to say, but for lack of time, I'll wrap it up here. I just want to, just to wrap it up, basically towards the end, what I'm trying to argue is that as far as New Age Islamic liberation theology is concerned in the 21st century, so Ziauddin Sardar's call, which encourages Muslims to creatively apply the framework of Islam to come out of the so-called institutional and structuralist way of thinking and apply Islam creatively to the challenges that we are facing in the 21st century, because as we said, the forms of those challenges that we are facing today are completely different. So these are some questions which I would like to explore further. I hope others explore further, inshallah. That's it from my side today. Jazakallah khair. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now we will have our last presentation. A very humble person on the topic Thinking Hind Beyond Nation State, Maududi as interlocutor to Madani and Iqbal on Qawm versus Millat. I request Shafat Wani to please present the paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, quick disclaimer. I know there are people here who are sentimentally attached to Maulana Maududi. So, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, quick disclaimer. There are people here who are sentimentally attached to Maulana Maududi. So in my presentation, I'll be using casually Maududi, and I'm sorry if it offends someone. So the title of my paper is Thinking Hind Beyond Nation State, Maududi as interlocutor to Iqbal and Madani on Qawm versus Millat. Now, the colonialism exemplified the painful transition Muslim communities underwent as they move into the modern era. The contemporary state and the philosophical framework of the Enlightenment that is based on constituted a fundamental upheaval of more conventional ways of being. If state is modern, which means it is one of its kind and has never been before, then the extensive history of Muslim culture and the cultures demonstrate that political and social ethics emerged in a framework that was prior to the modern state. These morals and communities had previously upheld that were fundamentally altered as a result of Western imperialism. After a millennium of organic stability, if not absolute stability and continuity, this process was responsible for a staggering level of violence, which heralded the impending destruction and profound restructuring of Islamic political, educational, and social structures. It's difficult to exaggerate the impact that this epoch had on the world. In addition to the psychological destruction and political displacement of indigenous systems, ideational and epistemic alterations were just as fundamental and played an equally important role. Muslim intelligentsia in South Asia, whether consciously and unconsciously, had to grapple with the concept of modern nation state, nationalism, and the locale of the Muslim space within the nation state. So, how does Iqbal, Maududi, and Madani deal with these new constructs? Now, for Iqbal, the polity is merely an effort to realize spiritual human order. A state, in Maududian view, is a structure that maintains the people under sovereign territorial authority with coercive capabilities, kahirana taqat. In the Maududian view of scheme of things, the modern state consists of coercive authority, obedience, and consent. Madani sees modern state as a new order that would not be totally based on Islamic measures, Islami mayar, but the teaching of Muslims will be based on such measure. Now, before I go further and problematize Maududi's conception of nationalism, I want to say how Maududi deals with the modern state in depth. Now, Maududi argues that a modern nation state is a system that keeps population under sovereign territorial control with coercive power, kahirana taqat. This coercive power, together with the obedience of subjects, forms the modern state in Maududian scheme of things. Maulana Maududi problematizes this notion of coercive power of the state, and according to him, if the coercive authority originated from somewhere other than the general will of the people, then the people who are the subjects of the state are the slaves. If the will of the sovereign that generates this coercive authority does originate from the realm of the people, then the elected government of those people and not people themselves are the true sovereigns. In either case, Maulana Maududi argues that popular sovereignty is a myth under the conditions of the modern nation state. He asserts that Western liberal democracies may at first appear at glance to be represented the free and unanimous will of all people, but in reality that's not the case. Maulana Maududi agrees with Maulana Azad in tracing the genealogy of the modern state, that humankind was looking for an alternative to the kinship control that had prevailed throughout the world prior to the 18th century, which led to the establishment of the modern state. A search for an alternative inspired the mechanical theory, that machine Nazariya that Maulana Maududi calls it, which proposes that the individual and the state are distinct entities. Under the theory, the freedom of the individual, which is protected by the state, is ensured by the social contract called Mohida Imrani between the state and the individual in the truest form of freedom. Therefore, in Maududian views, the purpose of the state is to defend numerous rights of its subjects without invading the right to privacy. Maulana Maududi further argues that there is a direct correlation between democracy and state's limited protection of individual liberties. He sees a paradox between democracy and ideas of restructuring power of the modern state. Now, if state creates and legitimizes state, then how can it limit the state, because the state is the same that's limiting itself? And why should societies need to limit itself? It asks Maududi, it brings the state into being to use its force, Jabrozor, and organizational power, Tanzim ki Taqat, to fulfill collective needs for which organizational power is needed. What is that rational, maqul principle through which it can distinguish between those needs that are legitimate for the use of the organizational power and those are not? Now, Maududi's critique of the popular sovereignty and conceptualizing the modern state is strangely starkly opposition to the main theorists of the contractual theorists like Locke, Hobbes, and Rousseau, but to Halak, in his impossible state, problematized the notion of sovereignty and popular sovereignty. If people's sovereignty is devolved into an aggregate and represented in the nation, this constitutes a fictitious concept of will of the representation. For Halak, the will, power, popular and collective does not presuppose actual and active individual participation, but claims its force precisely because it's fictitious. Liberal monarchist Jean Monnier warned against popular democracy, which he considers capricious. The crowds mourn Socrates' death one day and dress his altars the next. In practice, popular sovereignty is abstracted. Republican and parliamentary form of administration reconcile popular sovereignty with its indirect representation. The 19th century jurist Johann wondered, are the people really sovereign? So for Schmidt, the transcendental and sovereign state is still always a mythical proportion, and the core of all politics lies in metaphysics. All significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts, not only because of their historical development, in which they were transferred from theology to the theory of state, whereby from example of the omnipotent God to the omnipotent lawgiver, and also because of the systematic total absence from the political. Now, how does Maulana Maududi conceptualize race, cultural nationalism, and identity politics, and how does it critique with it? Maududi borrows extensively from a wide range of literature in order to make an incisive assault on nationalism and the way it interacts with democratic politics. And he did so by presenting a solution that was overtly Islamic rather than a universalizing focus of the European thinking. In his case, decolonization was not a mindless use of vernacular Islamic concepts, but a sophisticated restructuring of them to confront the challenge of nationalism in modern democracies. Maududi states that intelligentsia across South Asia have been philosophically led astray as a result of the conflation between nation and democracy. According to him, they are of the opinion that nation must exist first before a healthy democracy can be established. Furthermore, he asserts that intellectuals of the East have internalized the experience of the nation state and democracy that Europeans had. This entanglement with these experiences in the subcontinent would give rise to the complexities rather than providing the solution to the situation. Maududi believes that philosophy of nationalism had not properly grown in the pre-modern times, when race and clan were more important than nations in the minds of the people. He writes, those times were dominated by the racialization rather than nationalism, and this racial unity had blinded to the truth even the greatest intellectuals and philosophers of the age. The ancient Greeks refers to the non-Greeks as barbarians. Maududi cites Aristotle's Politics. Nature deserves barbarians to be slaves, to further his contention that racialization is extremely dangerous. As such, he equates the notion of racism, Jahiliya, pre-modern governance, and state that this perspective would go on to become the foundational notion of will later give rise to the nationalism in Europe. Now, how does Maududi deal with the critique of Muslim nationalists and the Muslim nationalists and nationalist Muslims? Maududi's categorization of Muslim organizations is of two types: nationalist Muslims and Muslim nationalists. It's noteworthy. Nationalist Muslims are those who, despite their faith, believe in and worship artificial construction of Indian nationalism. He calls organizations like Jamiat Ulama Hind as nationalist Muslims, and Muslim nationalists, on the other hand, are those people who have no fascination towards Islamic ideals and aspiration text and separate. The Muslim identity and the socio-economic interests of Muslims are the things that important to these people. They are concerned about nations' establishment in the name of Muslims, not Islam. As a matter of fact, they are Muslims by birth and not by choice. This, according to Maududi, reflects the politics of the Muslim League. Maududi contends that neither of these comes forward with a moral aim and a credo that is supported by the universal principles. He continues, Hindu nationalists would be satisfied with this case, so these Muslim nationalists would be satisfied if Muslims were to rule supreme. They would not mind if they had established their government on un-Islamic principles, or if their behavior and procedures did not differ, even in the slightest degree, for those non-Muslims. In Maududi's discourse, it's conceivable that universal principles could be conceived of in the same way as in the secular liberal epistemology. The Islamic worldview provides Maududi with a foundation from which to build his universalist ideas. For Maududi, the name of nation's mental, temperamental, moral character is what constitutes cultural nationality. The creation of this cultural nationality does not take a few years but decades. As such, the top-down nationalism experiment by Congress is doomed for failure. In Maududi's view, when a group of people live together for hundreds of years, adhering same creed, customs, and traditions, they develop a common spirit, common characteristics, and special mental temperament. Their conditions take roots, governing their emotions and sentiments. The literature comes into being, which reflects the minds and hearts of the intellectual harmony arises, which makes for a harmonious society. When a group's moral and mental temperament is stabilized into a powerful, permanent nationality, it becomes hard for them to mix with another group and become a different nationality. So for Maududi, he believes that any attempt to decompose existing nationalities and reshuffle them into one, whether it is Congress Madani idea of composed nationalism, the Hindutva nationalism of Hindu nationalists, or Muslim nationalism of the Indian Muslim League, would only complicate the existing nationalistic structures of India. Decolonizing the Muslim and Hindu elite from the colonial gaze is the way to go. For Maududi, ignoring the need to maintain India's socio-economic structure instead of advocating for a Western style of integration of diverse nations would only serve to exacerbate an already difficult situation. According to Maududi, the federal system should function in India under the conditions, not unity principles. So I have been told to conclude this Hussain Ahmad Madani, and how does he deal with Hussain Ahmad Madani? For Maududi, it's his critique serves that advanced the argument that had previously been a point of contention between Iqbal and Madani. Maududi finds it perplexing that intellectuals of Madani's eminence should combine Islam and nationalism. Maududi quotes Madani. If territorial nationalism was such a terrible idea, then there is no reason why Europe would have used as a weapon against Muslims, Muslim monarchy and Ottoman Caliphate. This territorial nationalism might also be used by Muslims as a weapon against British people with the goal of forcing them out of India. Madani believes in the last century, in the last 2 centuries, Europe had done the largest amount of propaganda against Muslim unity. In Madani's view, The West had divided Muslims by race, language, nationality, thereby stripping them of religious faith. And among Muslims, there was no one to challenge British colonialism. Maududi, in his striking counter-argument, states that Madani makes a blunder when he assumes this. Amidst this, a slew of notables who had come and gone. What about the likes of Tipu Sultan, Jamaluddin Afghani, Abdu, Masri, Aslan, Pasha, Nursi, and Shibli Numani? Is Madani not aware of their sacrifices? Maulana Maududi criticizes Madani by quoting a sentence from his book, Nations are found on the base of territoriality. He argues that European history teaches us that nationalism is not just based on territoriality. He asks Madani, red Indians, blacks, Hispanics constitute a single nation. Do they constitute a single nation in the United States? External characterization as American does not in any way diminish their national identities. Have the 15 million Jews dispersed throughout the United States that take place by any country based on their geographical location? Is territorial the basis for the unity of France, England, and Italy? Maududi also criticizes Madani by placing undue emphasis on the British colonization as the sole basis for determining what is true and what is not true. According to Maududi, Hussain Ahmad Madani does not assess the entire philosophy of composite nationalism from an epistemic structure point of view. He believes that Madani does not consider the implications of such a formation for the future of Islam and Muslims in the subcontinent. According to Maududi, the only thing that Madani analyzes is the strategic alliance that could exist between Hindus and Muslims under the umbrella of composed nationalism. This alliance, Maududi believes, lacks any Islamic roots and could potentially be a lethal challenge for the Muslims of India. During the course of this argument, Madani has criticized Iqbal by stating that Iqbal's critique of composed nationalism ultimately solidifying the position of British imperialism in India. As a result, he calls Iqbal a stooge of the British government. Maududi forcefully asserts that one cannot accuse all individuals who criticize the structure of being in favor of Raj as Bartania Parast. In a satirical critique, Maududi states that Madani should reconsider that all 35 crore Indians commit suicide, as that will lead no subjects of the British to control. Maududi, Madani distorted the use of lexical, Quranic verses and hadiths, press clippings and histories, fact to establish a single discourse that composite nationalism is astounding. For Maududi, Qawm in the Arabic language means party of men or collection of men, and women or party of adversaries. However, Madani uses Quranic texts where Muslims and non-Muslims have been referred as one country, have favored other less known meanings of the world. Maududi, for his part, says it's immaterial to bring up lexical meaning of Qawm here. What is pertinent is the way Nehru exploits the meaning of nationalism, which according to Maududi sits at odds with Islam. Maududi questions Madani, can it be argued polytheists and infidels constitute a single coherent whole within the monotheistic Islam? Beyond convergence, the issue in jargon reminiscent of a Gordian knot, Maududi urges Madani to move away from this polemic and analyze the real impact of Nehruvian artificial nationality on Muslims. Like Iqbal, Maududi also focuses on Madani's mix-up of Quranic use of word Qawm with the modern concept of nationalism. Maududi further argues that term Qawm and its English equivalent, nation, both have their roots in Jahiliyyah. Maududi further attempts to disprove Madani by claiming that Treaty of Medina, which according to Madani is an institution of composite nationalist ideology. According to Maududi, the Treaty of Medina can at most be described as a strategic military alliance, strategic military agreement. In contemporary parlance, with this framework, both populations were able to maintain their culture, politics, and religion in accordance with their own beliefs. The Congress's version of composite nationalism, on the other hand, advocated for a creation of a nation through an arbitrary selection of characteristics in order to produce an artificial nationality, the Masnui nationality. The Treaty of Medina, Maududi asserts, was not same. There was no common law, no common state formation, no common rule, no common curriculum on the basis of anti-Islamic scheme such as Warda scheme in Medina. Maududi questions the extent with multinational population like India could be unified through Congress Party's manufactured nationality using Lord Burwood's common sentimentality. We can see how nationalism, the construction of fictional other, and shared economic interests all work together to create an imaginary community, as Benedict Anderson says. In case of India, common national identities would triumph religious identities, and distinctions would progressively be integrated into a vast symbolic structure of the nation state. Any composite nationalism would be meaningless without this possible. In a strong critique, Maududi contends that Maulana Madani's complex hermeneutics of ambiguous Quranic texts, Arabic lexicon and grammar gives credibility to the Congress version of artificial nationality, which in long run would be deadly for the Muslims of India. It is worth noting that throughout this debate, Maududi had been polite to Madani and considered him a scholar of high status. Iqbal's criticism of Madani and Jamiat Ulama-e-Hind were more philosophical. Maududi's criticism, however, was considerably more theological in nature, which is why Jamiat had troubling time in answering Maududi. Instead of engaging in responding Maududi, the Jamiat penned a book titled Radd-e-Maududiyat in an attempt to disprove Maududi's hermeneutics. To sum up, the essence of critique of Iqbal and Maududi regarding composite nationalism is twofold. There is no semantic justification for constructs like nationalism or composite nationalism in the scriptures. And the adoption of these constructions will lead to the serious spiritual and political repercussion for the Muslims of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Now, quickly going on to our chair, I would request Brother Tahir Jamal to give the expert comments.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. We had 5 interesting papers, and all those papers are very rich in different ways. So, going deep into each paper, considering that time constraint might be a bit difficult, so what I will just try to do is set a frame in which we can think about these 5 papers and the questions these 5 papers are trying to raise, so that the questions can be accommodated into the frame. So largely, our session is interestingly titled as Theology and Politics. So what do we mean when we talk about theology, or what is theology itself? Usually it is said as any concept or how we think about divine when it is related to all other ways of living. So basically, how we live based on certain kind of divine elements. The whole etymology goes to theo and logos, etc., etc. I'm not going deep into it. Now, how it is related to politics, how divine is related to politics. It actually brings all this idea of political theology, etc., where political theory is not simply about theological concepts, but also about politics itself. When Carl Schmitt says, earlier there was an omnipotent God, and now it is the state who is the omnipotent state, which means the state listens, the state hears, the state knows. So when, within the Islamic tradition, when we have Allah as the omnipotent being, and when we have the modern nation state as the omnipotent state, with all its surveillance mechanisms, etc., it knows everything, it listens to you, it hears everything, then how we reconceptualize our own engagement with divine and politics is a critical question. So these 5 papers in different ways engages with different modes of engaging in the politics. While Safa's paper is engaging with how can we think about our own past to make a new contemporary, to make a new present, or how we reconceptualize our present from the past, as well as how we reconceptualize the past from our present. So there is a going back and forth between past and present, and in that you can see that there's an emergence of the idea of justice, which is running across all these 5 papers. There's a question of justice, and Safa's paper in a way thinks about the past in a different ways. At the same time, Shafa's paper reads the past in a totally different way, but trying to think about what we have in the present context as our nationalism or nation state. Then when we think about Liana's and Irwin's paper on the volunteer organizations, we also have a question of justice emerging up, where we can think in terms of how minority communities or how minorities, or taking from Irfan Ahmad's talk yesterday, the minoritized subjects, how can we think about our own political articulations in the nation state? So you have the different models. In the Liana's and Irwin's paper, they are trying to engage with the whole idea of philanthropy, and that as a mode of engaging in the nation state, so that it will counter the Muslim otherization. On the other hand, in Safa's paper, what we have is reinvoking the whole idea of justice, so that you will articulate justice in a more powerful voice. And in Mushtaq's paper, you have the whole thing, the whole Maqasid Sharia itself as a tool or as a mode through which we can think about politics. The whole idea of right to religion, life, intellect, genealogy, property, lineage and property, etc. So how we can imagine the so-called model minority. But the question is, do we actually want to be the model minority, or should we do something else? Then when it goes to the other paper of Firasha Sheikh, it might give a way outside of the model minority as well, to think about the whole idea of liberation within the complexities of Quietism and Islamism, or neo-traditionalism and Islamism. This also is very intriguing, because instead of drawing an antithesis between the Islamism and the neo-traditionalism, can we also think about some correlations where we have both coming together, prayer for the oppressed as well as witnessing the mankind, which coming together? Is it possible to have such a kind of thought? Especially in the context of Palestine and Gaza, it is easy for us to think about the mode of correlating the divine and the politics in different ways. Then both the philanthropy concepts, the liberation theology, including the whole idea of suffering in Hamza Yusuf, it all goes back to a Christian perspective as well. The roots of all those things goes back to the Christian liberation theology, etc. as well. Then, when we invoke the same in our own context, how are we going to think about that? I think that is where Mushtaq's paper have some relevance, because instead of when Imam Shafi itself talks about the Maqasid Sharia, we have our own epistemic background, tradition, through which we can think about all these problems in different lenses. Then when it goes to Shafat Bani, the whole idea of how can we engage with the past, especially the past which is more critical, the whole nationalist period, where Maududi, Iqbal, Madani, Azad, Jawhar, all these people are engaging with different ways. And one of the probable intriguing thing will be that how to conceptualize Muslim political. All these were different attempts to think about Muslim political, whether it is Maududi's reinvoking of Hakimiyya, or Madani's attempt to think about composite nationalism, or even Jinnah's idea of a Muslim homeland, especially when we take Azad as an interlocutor instead of Maududi. We can see that the shift of Azad from being a staunch Muslim nationalist or a Khilafatist who believed the national state is a problem, towards a composite nationalist. There is an intriguing change in Azad. Then we can think what actually is happening here. What actually is happening to the Muslim political? As Muslims are being minoritized in the context of the collapse of caliphate, these were different attempts to think about minoritized Muslims in a way so that they can express the Muslimness, whether it is through Pakistan, whether it is through the composite nationalism, whether it is through Hakimiyya. Then the anchoring point for all these, whether it is a nation state or Allah, or in those periods the debate was also about the geographical anchoring, whether it should be Mecca, whether it should be the center of Caliphate, Turkey, or whether it should be India. So what will be our geographical anchoring, especially when Muslims are living in these two circles, as Jauhar famously said. So without taking much time, I will open up this session just pointing out two more things. One, what prompts all these attempts for us is the whole thing which is called modernity and secularism, which supposedly divides the politic and the theology into two different realms. Otherwise, instead of having this very title, theology and politics, we may be also thinking about theology in politics or politics as theology, different ways. Or this is a question which I may pose to Safa as well. While the earlier Muslim women in those periods, they may not be thinking about the whole idea of political. They might be engaging in whatever way. They might be just living their life. And we consider certain form of life as political, while certain other forms of life as spiritual. So this very separation itself is a problem. So with modernity, we have this separation, and it is this separation that actually creates all these different problems. And then you have the whole issue of public-private, the collective individual. So whether it is the individual prayer that is useful, or it is the collective philanthropy that is useful. So these are the different questions which we can think about. And probably I will end with a general question. How do we conceptualize political itself? Where do we locate ourselves? As critical subjects, critical of modernity, critical of secularism, critical of nation state, and also critical of our own tradition. Critical subject, or as a model minority where we will perform for the nation state, or we inherently think that is what we have to do, as it is emanating from our own tradition. Is it simply critiquing secular modernity, or also by reinterpreting our own tradition? So in all these papers you will see the whole idea of reimagining, reinterpreting, rearticulating, all this re. So what does interpretation do to all this idea of politics? We interpret not only our own Islamic tradition, but we also critique the existing modes of politics. If so, what are the means and modes through which we can critique the state, the social order, the political system, and also our own existing interpretations? At certain moments, against this disciplining of Muslim religiosity, we can also see a resurrection of, if at all we want to call it theological, a resurrection of theological in different ways, whether it is the La ilaha illallah, as has been mentioned in the CAA protest, which refuses to subscribe to the logic of the modern secular nation state. Maybe through this resurrection of theological, we are also resurrecting political. These are not any particular questions I want to focus on. Maybe I will just open the session for the audience so that they can ask the questions and you can respond.
Thank you, Brother Tahir, for the thought-provoking comments. We'll be actually concluding the session now because we are really running out of time. Tahir, if you want to just give a concluding statement here, and then we'll just wrap it up. Okay. All right. So, guys, as yesterday, all the females will be going downstairs for the lunch, and then they can offer the namaz. And boys, we have to board the bus outside, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll come back and offer our namaz. Okay. So let's wrap it up over here. Thank you for being such a patient audience. Let's meet back at 3:15. Is it fine, Shukur? 3:15 or 3 p.m.? Okay, chalo, 3:15 is fine. Let's come back by 3:15. Thank you, guys.
times are not so, peaceful or so comfortable for having long academic lectures and so on, you see. You have challenged, reimagining Muslim politics. That means radically you want to recast. That's what I take for granted. Because for the last 70 years or so, we have been of identity and identification. Someone is identified, pain of identity is, he's a Muslim, he's a minority, he's a man different from others. People celebrate identity and identification, but I have been working on the pain of identification, identity and identification. There are some hundreds of people are going on. I am also part of it. Why do you turn and look at me? What's wrong with me? You see? And wrongly academics celebrate this identity as a kind of blank statement for across the castes and communities. It is simply not true. Simply not true. I argued once in Japan that we are all aspire for anonymity. There are a lot of occasions we aspire so that we are anonymous. There are some places where certain privileges are granted on condition of being identified. Now we cannot generalize this thing. Everybody is saying we are all celebrating identity and we should have aspire for identification and so on. That some of those things we'll be discussing some little more. But the pain of being a Muslim, and to a lesser extent I am a Christian. What am I? I'm a human being, okay? My name is Aloysius. So nobody will ask me what is your religion. I am what they think I am, and I will continue to be so whether I like it or not. You see? So that way, you see, when I wrote that first book of which brother spoke so much, Nationalism Without a Nation in India by G. Aloysius. One senior professor tells me from JNU, Aloysius, you should change your name. Why? I said, why? You are writing on nation and nationalism and so on, and below I find a Christian name. What will they think? What will who think? People who count, who will appoint you, who will see in the panel, or you might be easily condemned as a kind of traitor and all that. No, let them be. Let them be. There's no problem about that. See, now let them learn my name is J. Aloysius and I wrote on nationalism and so on, and that I should be known so all across the country and outside. And finally it came through. You see? Now this particularly the Dalit politics and Muslim politics, I have been carefully observing why is it we have found ourselves in such a mess in India. In India. In the YouTube shorts, people just go and ask, which is the poorest country in the world? Which is the dirtiest country in the world? You often find it's India. You see? Now something came into existence out of the blue, suddenly, which has shocked most of the people. This never used to be like this, but it is now like this. Why? For example, let us take this Muslim politics. Muslim politics, all the topics will be about the Muslims only. All the topics will be about the Muslims only. Muslims are this, they are suffering this, constitution is not being this and all that. But we are in a kind of subordinate position and we presume we do what we want to do. Nowhere we do what we want to do. It is somebody else who determines me. You see? It is not that Muslim politics is autonomous politics, we do what we want. More or less we are constrained or pushed aside and kind of diverted into a certain constraints, and there we do what we are expected to do. What the dominance or what the majority or what the ruling groups expect us to do, that's what we do most of the time, thinking that we claiming that we are doing what we want to do. That is why we need to understand the entire framework, the entire how dominance is structured in India, how this is, what is the implications of all this, that we find ourselves in this position today. That is why we need to have our own idea of India, our own idea how this India came to be or failed to come to be, etc., in order to understand why Dalits are like this, why Muslims are like that, why several other minorities are like this. This is point number one. Point number two, this is also more important. We have a singular narrative of Muslim politics. Singular narrative. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, there is one thing called Muslim politics. You know, my friends, this has been bothering me quite a bit all the time. Why do we say we are having a singular narrative of a Muslim politics? What is the adverse results of these politics in a country like India? Why do we do that? What is its function? I mean, direct function, indirect function, etc. We find unconsciously but consistently we are playing this singular discourse as a reaction, that I'll explain that little more clearly. Third point is that we are a minority. We are a minority. We said we accept we are a minority. Minority is a subordinate position and we'll be just like that. So, okay, you take the majority. Majority means dominance. And minority is a subservient position. At least subservient position you should give us. You see? Now, to understand what is the meaning of this minority, we cannot escape from trying to understand what is the meaning of majority. This is my firm belief. The kind of majority we have, the kind of nature of this majority, its characteristics, its implications, inevitably will reflect on the kind of minority we have. You see? This is also connected to the first point which I said. We do not have autonomous agency. We do not have the subjectivity that we want to have. We want to do certain things and so on. We have been pushed and brought into such a kind of constraint that we continue to have this and playing this single narrative thing. Now let us move around a little bit and then say, all areas of life in India is in utter total mess. There somebody said India is a functioning anarchy. Yeah, it functions for some, but it's anarchy for most of the other people. You will go to some office, sir, do you have that form? I have not opened my mouth. Say, no. Oh, so, Baat Kalash, it's not available. But there are others who will go, sir, the form, no, same thing. Then this fellow will say, okay, this is what the reaction will be. He will just sit nearby and then wait for something. The time pass, let things cool down. Slowly strike a conversation with the office people and so on, establish relations, and then become sympathetic, and then he said, not only the form is there, we will help you in filling it up and applying. There are two kinds of citizens available here. Somebody who works from within, and many of us taking things seriously. Rule is a rule, we have to abide by that, and the rule has said no, so we have to go back. You see? Now this has become hugely structural and kind of political, so much so, we have been kind of condemned to have a kind of politics which for the last 70 years has not done anything here. Anything. See? Particularly in the case of Muslims and minorities, I mean to a lesser extent, Christians and so on and so forth. We cannot make a public appearance. Anything might, I am living in Delhi, but I won't dare purchase 1 kilo of beef and get into the metro. I am not free in a modern India. Of course, they might have written something that beef is not a forbidden thing, you can go. But every one of the chaprasis will challenge me. Open the bag, show me what it is. Sir, आप ये भी खाते हैं? आगा ये सब क्यों खाते हैं भाई नहीं? He'll try to interpret even constitution and the whole damn thing. Huh? And then say, no, अच्छा ठीक है भाई आप जाइए. Damage is done. Damage is done. You know, in India, everybody interprets constitution, including the constable, chaprasi and all that kind of thing, against a certain pattern, which has come to be in the structure and the dynamics of the Indian situation in the modern India. I tell you, they try to understand. Who is an Indian? Who is an Indian? Indian is not a Malayali. Indian is not a Telangana guy. Indian is not a Bengali or anything. Indian is a concept and also a reality that stands above the head of Malayalis, Tamils, Telugus, this and all that put. It is not Malayalis, Tamils plus Hindus and all plus equal to India. No. What is that? I forgot this. Sir will know. The sum of parts is less than the whole. I think I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. There is something extra when you say that I am an Indian. It is not the usual life world of different groups of people living in different regional group and all that. Indian. Who is this Indian? He is either a Muslim or a Hindu. He has to be. He is either a Muslim. अरे भाई हम ordinary आदमी यार को छोड़ो नहीं हिंदू और मुस्लिम ये समझाओ नहीं तो हिंदू इंडियन कैसा रहोगे तुम and this is also a kind of अरे हिंदू when you call me Muslim I go to mosque and pray and all no you are a Muslim. Indian Muslim means you have to be antagonistically or in a demonstratively affectionately related to the other who is a Hindu. Without Hindu there is no Muslim, without Muslim there is no Hindu. It is not about going to the mosque or praying or Quran and all that. It is, I am talking about the modern India's typical social behavior. And once you say Hindu, then the other question starts that you are above or below and below me or above me and all that kind of thing. Is that? See? Now was India always like this? Never you would have experienced anywhere. There's a long, if you are usefully, you will read Susan Bailey's books on pre-colonial India. There came a group of people, traders, merchants, and they started colonizing us. East India Company. Such a thing never happened in any part of the world, and they ruled over us for one whole century. Completely transformed this idea of India. Totally transformed this India. Because for their revenue, they went and had to have a contract with the people who were dominant in the valley areas, where there is more harvest was available, so you can collect revenue from these people and all that. And the people who were lording it over in the valley areas, Gangetic Valley, Narmada Valley, Tapti Valley, Kaveri Valley, Vaigai Valley, and all these people usually belong to the dominant groups of people, culturally known in India as the Brahmins. There is a silent protocol in academics that we don't second time mention the word Brahmins in a same lecture. For the sake of being truthful to the situation, they will mention once. If they mention it second time, then this fellow is biased. His angle is known, then in that city we can go away and all that. See? Not a single book about emergence of modern India misses saying that name Brahmin. But not a single book about this also will not elaborate what this means, Brahmins means, what it means to the Muslims, what it means to the Dalits, what it means to the ordinary people, what it means to anything else. Now that I have chosen that I should problematize this. This is what affects both vertically and also horizontally. You see, though under different names and so on. So what happens in this one whole century, these two guys, what Ranajit Guha would say, that the local elite and foreign elite, two sets of elite and all that. But let us be true, spade, is a Brahmin and British together. They constructed it in India. They constructed it in India, which is singular, which is organic, which is non-differentiated, which is holy and existed forever. And it is constructed based on the today's idiom, Sanatan Dharam. And at the top you have the Brahmins and the rest of them below and all that. And where do the Muslims find? Sir, Muslims are the irritation here. This will be something. They could be sent to Pakistan. Zoya Chatterjee long ago told us who drove the Pakistanis, the people of Pakistan out of the country. See. Now what happens that after that, as I said, undifferentiated, local, for 20 centuries of local development of language, culture, and regional development, growth, all these are nothing. Subordinate, backward, these are backward classes. 84% of the country's population is backward classes. And we have a country called like that. In whose terms and terminology I am a backward? See? Now, one Brahmin and another, what you call, scholar bureaucrats combines together and writes what is called castes and tribes in North India, South India, Western India, this India and all that. So we have come to understand there is a single India. The single India business is the process by which Brahminism came to the ascendancy. Before that, there were Brahmins and they were nothing. They were part of the scenario. They were taken in some compassion and some kind of sharing and all that was there. In the words of Surendranath Banerjee, we were nothing before the British came and we are everything after the British came. The idea that the India created as a singular idea, organic India, undifferentiated India, existing from Sanatan times, came to be dovetailed with that. And that is the same process by which all those fellows are carrying swords. All they are finished. Sword wielding is not anymore ruling. Not only that, pen pushing is the ruling. British introduced that. So who are the pen pushing is the same old group. So this, remember, the beginning of the all evils. See, I'm not trying to say he's speaking about 1 year, he's putting everything in that bag. No. Mao said there is something called a primary contradiction. And there is a contradiction in which weaves about all other contradictions. Therefore, it is this ascendancy of the Brahminical way and view of life that determined India as a Bharat, India, as one. Undividedness of India is the ultimate point of these people in nationalism. You can do anything, but never talk about dividing India because it has been Sanatan times organic from thousands of years ago. All the other things are subordinated. And if any division is made, it is purely administrative divisions. Don't take it seriously. Now, for this view, to implement this view, to fulfill this view, they have to search for partners. Long ago, Sir Syed Khan, they found these fellows are ulta sida aadmi log yaar, this is nothing to be trusted, so he took to the route of education for Muslims and so on and so forth. But later came our Ali brothers and the friendship with Gandhi, which ended a disaster, utter disaster, I tell you. I speak about a singular Hindu India, you speak about singular Muslim India. Ali brothers, when you are not nearby, I am unable to talk to the Muslim brothers, Mr. Gandhi. But what was said without articulating is, Ali brothers, when I am not around, You don't talk to the Dalits or the non-Brahmins. Divide them. Earlier, there was an organic life world-based experience of lower groups of people, whether they are known as minorities, or whether they are known as untouchables, or whatever it is the category. There was a combination of all these groups of people on the basis of secular, economic, and educational issues. You will find that. That was the first movement. All the cutting across horizontal cleavage and polarization and so on. And this was confronted by Mr. Gandhi. You know, he said, uttered those historical words. Remember this. If this continues, Muslim hooligans will join hands with the Dalit, untouchable hooligans, and kill us all caste Hindus. Ominous statement by the father of the nation. So what is the agenda? Make the India as a Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, Bhai. You can play the bhajan. Shift the entire field onto religion. From the secular demands of education, employment, political representation, etc. Take it to the... I cannot speak to my brother unless I know whether he is a Muslim or a Hindu. You know, in France, there was a huge amount of writing on counter-revolution. Of course, finally, counter-revolution was defeated, revolution won. But reading that Gobineau, the guy, the counter-revolutionary writer, this is exactly like Gandhi. A Bangi should remain a Bangi. Because birth is important here. Don't we all celebrate birthdays? You cannot change. What is given in the birth is the end of the thing. So a Bangi should remain a Bangi. You should not try hard here and there, try to become a Brahmin, and he'll end up neither as a Brahmin nor as a Bangi. In the seventh hell, she will be pushed down and all that. The entire view of philosophy is what is given. What is given to you is the ultimate. And you have to accept dharma. Dharma requires you to accept what is given to you. Don't pretend you have an agency, you are a subjectivity, you will bring about this, you will change this, you will program, all that kind of stuff. Now with this very clear ideology, Gandhi and Muhammad Ali, Saukat Ali, of the thing, you nurture and create, please, a Mohammedan constituency. Please, by that token, allow us and encourage us to create this one Hindu narrative here in India. Hindu, Muslim. Hindus, Muslims are here, Hindus are there. They have one problem. They have a problem with religion. Hindus problem. What is the Hindu religious problem? What is the Hindu religious problem, bhai? I have been asking a lot of Hindu people, not Hindus, Hindu people, and also Muslim people. What is your religion? Say, I go to the Balaji temple, pray and all that. And whatever you Odia fellow, where do you go? You go to the Jagannath temple and that is our religion and all that. Now where is this Hindu come from? Hindu naturalizing, normalizing, standardizing Hindu, pinning it with the singular India, one India, is a supreme agenda. At all costs it must be implemented, and for that we are unconsciously playing the junior partner role. For a long time we played. Hindu Muslim all the time. And what are the religions in India? It's a Hindus, Muslims, Christians. Where is this Hinduism come? In the south, you know, Saiva Siddhanta, you know, Mariamman worship, you know, I know all these things. And you know that Varkari movement and the Darkari movement in Maharashtra, you know that. All these are religions in whatever kind, and they had something sacred about the religion. The same way Muslims are. Muslims, of course, had a uniform thing with them. But the religion was uniform. But the culture, What is the life world of the Muslims scattered across the Indian subcontinent? What do these Koyas, Memons, and the Bogras have to do with the Kashmiri Muslims? What are they to do with the Malayali Muslims and Mapilla Muslims and all that? If out of 100% of a life experience, 10-15% of their religious life experience is singular, like a Muslims, everybody. But the Baki 85% of the lived experience is either they live as a Malayali, as a Tamil, as a Urdu Muslim, or a kind of Tamil Muslim, or this Muslim, that Muslim, Bengali Muslim, and all that. In their own way they live. Now, leaving aside the 85% of the lived experience and secular economic phenomena, you carrying this 10-15% on the basis of which they wanted to create something which is 0% unity. 0% unity, which is not a reality at all. This has to be really kind of cut through if you are to understand why we are minority to whom? Hindus. So you accepted Hindus are the majority. You are repeating it all the time. Hindus, we are minority, you are a majority. Once we take this for granted, once this has been normalized, once this has been accepted, that 85% of the people here are abiding by Hinduism. And you know what is Hinduism? According to this, there is a Brahmin, and the Dharma controls all of them, and that each one is given their space, which they should not change, etc. This is as though, some guy writes a PhD thesis, in India 85% of the people are Hindus. Okay, bad enough. Now next sentence, Hindus recite Gayatri Mantra in the morning. Hey? This 85% of the people recite Gayatri Mantra. Who knows what is Gayatri Mantra? You see, once you have achieved that, you have achieved a majority, then the series of propositions follow. Hindus do this, Hindus don't eat meat, Hindus are vegetarian, Hindus are this, all this. The problem is, how can we accept? You see, in a local, regional, so-called, non-Muslim, it was originally called non-Muslims. So people were asked to stand as candidates in non-Muslim constituencies at that time, because they didn't know who are these guys and all that. The village celebration or the Muslim celebration were all done by together. But the entire village group, nobody called you, are you a Muslim, are you this and all that kind of thing. Now suddenly the whole thing changed. Hindu means, some guy tried, all those guys who live in India are called Hindus. Sometimes called all those who are neither Muslim nor Christian are Hindus. Residual category. And this residual category is used even today. Marriage law applies to who, so neither this, that, it's all. So one way, they have entirely surrounded the 85% of the people as Hindus. But then our friend Mr. Gandhi comes and tells, if you accept yourself a Hindu, sir, I'm not accepting. You are my. I'm not asking you a question. I'm only making a rhetorical statement. If you consider you are a Muslim, you have to abide by Vedas and Vedas. Vedas means there are 4 Rig Vedas, and Vedas means differentiation, discrimination, is a caste. How we homogenize? How we kind of, according to the sweet heart of the Brahmanical mind, at one time, Manusmriti was in a kind of dream world, utopia. I said, in my utopia, people will be hierarchically structured and then live by karma and dharma and all that. And that was only a dream. But under the British auspices, the Manu dream came to be true. Manu dream came to be true, and that became a, religion. What is that? Hindu religion. What is it? What do you mean? Where is that Hindus don't eat meat? And the same way, what do the Indians / what do Hindus speak? It is Hindi. All All other things are variations only, minor variations, subordinate variations, and they have no scope and all that kind of thing. You know, the entire structure was constructed by the Orientalist fellows who came here trading and all that. And India was very different. Indian subcontinent was very different. And most of the religions of the Indian subcontinent were either non-Brahminical or anti-Brahminical. Now with these fellows came, all the religions became under the Brahmin support. Under the Brahmin support. You see? So what we are having on hand, on the basis of which constitution was written, on the basis of which so many other things were done, is not the India of 16th, 17th century where people were different and people were kind of, having their own life at the local level and all that. This is a reconstructed India, and in which unity, singular unity is very important, because it's only when India is singular, these Brahminical forces will become dominant, not otherwise, not otherwise. In many places that the local Brahmins were following the local traditions of other people also and so on. Nambudris will eat a lot of meat. But not after becoming Indians. Before that they were Mallus, Malayalis, they were joining like anybody else. But they become Indians now, they have to behave something differently. I am proud of India. A umpteen number of times you are proud of India. Now, nationalism is based on that. You base nationalism on a long-drawn, historically evolved life world culture. They will have a nationalism on that. No, this is a British Empire. You make and collected and put them all together. Is a nation state. The topic given to me is minority politics and nation state. Where there is neither a nation nor a state, neither a minority nor a politics, nothing here. This is because we were all defrauded into saying we are all singular Muslim people. Muslim politics. Hindu politics, Muslim politics. Hindu politics is communal, Muslim politics is less communal. It's a little bit of adjustment, it's a smaller group of people. But the same category, same kind. Whom do these people gather together and start talking Hindu Muslim, Hindu Muslim? And what is the problem they are talking? And the friends from Kashmir told me this, none of the Indian Muslims support our struggle here. And I asked, why you guys are not supporting the... our number will further go down. We will become a still further minority. At least one group of people will do whatever they want. No. We also have to come and suffer with us, along with us. The point I am telling is, the interests of the Muslim peoples of Indian subcontinent is appropriately upheld by considering Muslims differential different from one another and so on. Though they share their faith in 15%, 20% faith, they all have different problems. You refuse to play the ball and bat with the majority people. I said, I bowl, you bat. No, I won't. For quite some time, Muslims also, even today, till today also, singular Muslim narrative. Every time singular Muslim narrative is emphasized and articulated, you are only reinforcing the dominant people's single narrative, Hinduism as a religion, and India is organically, integratedly, and without any differentiation as one. And all the 20 centuries of all what you worked out as culture, development, language, religion, etc., all that is gone. We got a new religion called Hinduism. We got a new in India. We got a Hindustan. Hindi, what is that? Hindi, Hindustan. Hindustan. This is all only matters. Others are all, you guys somehow make a living here. You saw like our traffic roads, in our thing. Somehow you find yourself and cross the road. You manage. If you get struck down, that is your problem. This is the condition we are in. This is the condition we are in. You see. And again, and we are not making a headway at all by considering ourselves one. Otherwise, let us say, we gather like Muslims, we gather, pray. That has absolutely nothing to do. But the life world of each group is different. And then they are very kind of, sometimes even antagonistic to each other group and so on. So allow them to articulate this thing. You know, in Jamia Hamdard, I had a seminar attending nationalism, Urdu, Hindi thing. They were talking and I was sitting on the thing and it was going on, of course, very eloquent expressions. So Hindi, Urdu was more legitimate to become this national language than Hindi and all that. And that guy finished his talk and came and sat near me. I asked him, sir, where are you from? I am from Kerala. Now, so what have you to do with Urdu or Hindi? But that is the accepted protocol. That's what we should talk. Other languages don't exist at all, are considered equivalent to non-existence. It's a Hindi, Urdu. While this was going on, further surprise is waiting for you. One huge Dadiola, obviously a Muslim boy, gets on there's something going on, but he got on the thing after the mic. Why I am neither a Urdu speaker nor a Hindi speaker. I am a Bhojpuriya speaker. All our Muslims speak Bhojpuriya and our non-Muslim bhais also speak Bhojpuriya. You have set up certain questions, artificial problems, artificial reality, artificial religion, artificial kind of, all fraudulent from the top to bottom. Now why should we get caught up in this? This is my basic kind of, in diversity, in regionality diversity. And then I had a lot of experience because I worked in several Muslim dominated institutions and so on. I had a lot of friends from Bihar and UP and there are some others. He said, sir, I am a Muslim. Sir, he is a Muslim. Sir, he is an Odia. He is also Muslim, na? Sir, yes, sir, but he is a Odia, sir. You know how it works? How it works? You see? In liberal democracy, what happens to religion? Religion withdraws from the public. Religion withdraws from the public. We were indeed withdrawing from the public earlier through collaboration with the lower caste groups and the Muslim groups, both in Bombay and in Calcutta and all that. Not to allow the emergence of this, in order to preserve Sanatan Dharam or caste. Is Sanatan Dharam same as caste? Caste is a colonial creation. Hinduism also colonial creation. That is Sanatan. This is a colonial creation. Now, this was consciously brought in, religion. In this bringing in religion to the public space, who benefits, who loses? Who loses? You see? Therefore, we should devise methods and understandings and so on in order to say that, you see, Habermas, another big scholar, he said, you see, private, religion is private, public is different. No. When modernity dawns, spheres of action becomes different. One is personal, another is interpersonal, another is social, another is public, and finally political. As you move towards the political, your religion withdraws. There on the streets, you are all citizens. I'm not going to ask, you see, nobody anywhere in the part of the world asks, what is your religion? What have you to do with that? Why are you asking me with the religion? What is it? Is it one of the variables, factors to be analyzed in a progressive, what you call, analysis and so on? I cannot talk to you. I understood, you are Bhai. Bhai means Muslim in the south. Bhai. Then I know what to talk and how to talk. Because the fear is, I might start hurting the sentiments of anybody and everybody. Because there are so many different varieties of sentiments waiting to be hurt. and pick up a quarrel and then along with that to do thing. Therefore, withdraw from this political discourse of singular Muslim. I am so close with friendly with many other Muslims. I know you guys, even if you guys reject me, I have no problem, but my experience I am telling you. It is the region which captures life world of India. You see? This is today, for example, they are swearing by, I am sure you must have heard, some of you, one singular discourse of Dalits. Dalits should not be split. Dalits should not be split. That unity, because that you have a series of unities in order to protect the ultimate unity of a Hindu and India. Sir, do you say you have to break the India? This is not the. This is the analysis. Now the problem is, what you are saying is, without challenging this, without consistently and comprehensively critiquing this, you cannot play your politics of Muslim people to the benefit of the last man in the Muslim community. You accept the premises, and then within that you try to say that in some minority rights and what you call some institutional allowed rights and all that. No, how can you? All Muslim politics in the reimagined Muslim politics should start with a Muslim analysis, Muslim understanding and a critique of how India emerged in the colonial period and through the nationalist period and in the present mess we are in. You know what is happening in present India? Reproduction of Varnashrama Dharma. Nothing else. That is the official policy of development. Official policy of development. Take education. Some people can do CBSE. A lot of more people can do the state government. Thoda niche. And then usko bhi niche panchayat school, night schools and all that is ira aadmi log sab padhega yaar. It's a hierarchical structure. The state formation itself is a hierarchical. Where do you want democracy? At the center level you want a democracy, or a state level you want a democracy, or state level is it a democracy? You can send a chaprasi from Delhi and arrest Stalin or Kejriwal, anybody they can arrest. You can say that our leader is an elected leader and all that kind of thing. I'm not simply complaining against the present regime. The present regime has done a great benefit of clarifying a lot of things for us. But from the beginning it has been the same. So let us, our kind of politics, let it be a politics of the Muslim peoples of the Indian subcontinent. Muslim peoples. People's politics it is. There is a definite angle which nobody else can give except Islam. That I grant. There's no problem. But all this is, I tell you, my friends was saying, only faith is different, yaar. Only faith is different. All others, particularly all the bad things, are the same. Whether you also have dowry and all that, only faith is different among us. All this Islamic inspiration has a lot of things to do with modernity. Now, how do we apply this and kind of win over these people's other thing? Is by the diverse method. And I hope you will be sensitive to this diverse method. And you can fire and hire and do whatever you want. I'll try to answer some of your questions and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for those words. And Professor GLSS would like to interact with us, and he had mentioned it earlier also. So just try to frame your questions and responses precise. We can take 3 or 4 questions or responses. Please be quick. We'll have to wind up by 4:30 max. So.
Definitely, I agree. There is something called caste. There is something called Varnashrama Dharma also, which means a philosophy or ideology which says people are differently born and they should abide by the thing and all that. And there is also having that as a center, we have what is called Sanatana Dharma. These are all, is caste is a culture or power? Half of the people, not you, half of the people will say it's culture. Caste is a culture. The other half will say caste is power. Power over me or my over you and all that. It's a relation to the power. Now, a little bit of some theory, little bit of this is the academic conference. No? Some boys, and please pay attention. All cultures are reified forms of power. All cultures are frozen, are reified and forgotten forms of power. Accepted as a culture, this is my culture, I said. I'll give you some silly example, very silly example. There are 3 chairs. 4 people very solemnly walk up. 3 people sit on the chair, and one fellow, what does he do? He looks here and there and then says, okay, he sits down. The next day, please pay attention, the next day, the same 4 fellows come. Today, second day, who is likely to sit down today? More likely probability sit down. Who is more likely to sit down? Second day. Third day, fourth day, same thing happens. On the 5th day, he comes first. Where does he go and sit? On the ground. On the ground. It's custom, yeah. This is our custom. This is our thing. Culture. That's culture. And suddenly one day he realizes, "Arey yaar, what? I have been trying to sit on the chair. All these fellows are thing, and then they also say it is culture, and I also accepted to say it is culture, and I am sitting here. No, we'll try another. No, what you are saying is not culture. It is a power differentiation. I will put a struggle for that." This is the situation in caste. Caste is a culture. That's a Brahmanical argument. Brahmanical argument is culture. That each one is given a space and you should keep to the space, not change it and all that kind of thing. But at a certain time, when the modernity comes out, then people realize, why is it all the time I should be milking the cow, making curd, and go and sell it to some babu who is there sitting and making a lot of money? I won't give. This is British did. The democracy was brought by the British. So the fellow who is milking the cow realized, why his son also can go to the office. That has to be arrested. That situation will have to be arrested. That is why they keep on saying, in pre-modern times, we had Sanatan Dharam and Dharmic order, which was not conflicting with one another and all that. They were harmoniously related to one another and so on and so forth. Now everybody wants to become everything. That is democracy. Everybody wants to become everything, or that's modernity. Now in that, it appears as a power. In the form of power, when it appears, it is called caste. In the form of earlier formation, was that in India or British fabricated? I tell you, this is my own formulation. I didn't find in any book. Brahmanism existed in the river valleys. Brahmanism existed in the river valleys. Some of you can remember that Kathleen Gu and a few of those guys who went and studied the Tanjavur or Kaveri Delta period, and then they found the Brahmins are terrible and oppressing people. Because there are 4 harvests was possible because of water availability. And so 5 people work, 10 people can eat. So the 5 people who work, apart from the another 5 people are Brahmins. They will not work and eat up. But in most other parts of the subcontinent, if 10 people work, only 8 people can eat. Only that much harvest. There Brahmins didn't exist. There was no Brahmins. So Brahmanism was one of the several ways of life that was scattered in the subcontinent, depending on the ecology and the reigning and the environmental system and all that. Now the British happened to come and make a contract with them because they were holding the rich lands. They can only give the revenue, not you and me. You see? So they made a contract. We know very well in high school we studied that. Non-interference. The contract of non-interference. I don't interfere in your life and you give me revenue. But there was only one thing was happening. Revenue collection, and there was a contract over that. So that revenue collection became a principle of governance, entire principle of governance. And with the coming of the Brahmins becoming more aggressive, all the Rajas, Maharajas, many of them were Muslims in those days, all of them cut down and 10 pennies writing, India became a religious country. Before that, India was ordinary like any other country. We were not something very different. There are people are going to prayer, people are not going to prayer. All that was like anybody else. On an average, some people go, on an average, don't people go. But after the Brahmins became powerful in the country, India became a so-called religious country. East is religion, West is materialism. All this crap came after that 19th century became and all that. So many, one day celebration, celebrate it for 3 days. 3 days celebration, celebrate it for... This is the... Religiosity became very, very dominant after these people became to power. That is why there was caste, but it was known as caste, not known as caste. So jatis, there are so local jatis and so on. But once India is politically unified, there could be Brahmins could be found in the most Rajasthan desert also, because they were getting salary from the British. They were not expecting anything from the agriculture anymore. The Indian ruling class. Definitely, I will say it is caste. You will say it's only harmonious way of living and all. This cannot be solved. A culture at a certain critical point in time comes to reveal itself as power. And as power, as modernity, we cannot anymore accept the differential form of power, unified form of equal power for everybody. And that is a fight. That is a fight. You see? Now in the case of Hinduism also is like that. Was there no Hinduism earlier? There was no Hinduism earlier. There were a lot of religions were there locally, but there was no Hinduism. And it's a British gift. The Hinduism is the biggest gift of the British to Indian subcontinent. This is Mark Galanter. Many of you would be reading in some context or other. Anybody else? Others? Please feel free in any language and in any kind of mode. Yeah. Which document?
Secular document. Secular.
Ah.
Secular idea.
Okay.
And it is very well trying to curtail the religion in the public sphere. Now this Hindutva is coming from the culture. Now if you go to the Indian state or institutions of the state, the Hindutva culture is very much tolerated by the state and also escape the rigor of the secular document or secular state. Now how do you see that? Now this is something that is coming from culture, and it is being argued by the Hindu people that it's not a religion, it is a culture. Now in this there is a statement or a way that secular document is unable to curtail the surge of Hinduism because it doesn't have an understanding about how to control this something that is coming from culture, not from the religion.
There are 2-3 interrelated propositions are there. One thing, if you remember, I did not ever utter the word Hindutva. I am basically talking about Hinduism. Lot of people, very knowledgeable people, Muslims, Christians and Hindus told me, no, you should differentiate between Hinduism and Hindutva. I said, I can differentiate between live experience of religion in a particular place and a politically constructed religion. And this Hinduism is a second variety. Now, by speaking about Hinduism, I am hoping to strike at the very root. I am not going to accept Hinduism and then say, oh, Hinduism is okay, but you should. Tell me, what is this Hinduism? Honestly, I have not understood. Except the fact that it has something to do with Hindustan, India. This is it. I have been part of Muslim school, we used to go and eat with the Muslim people and all that. And we used to go, my grandfather used to draw the Rath, he used to be beating that thing and all that kind of thing. All that we understand, they are religions. But Hinduism, where does it come from? Now, many of us, in talking about Hindutva, we grant this. The nature of Hinduism is to have a Varna system. So where do you say, what do you fight against, Hindutva or Hinduism? If you said for Muslims I am fighting only against Hindutva, for you other guys you fight against Islam, Hinduism. It is the same principle of domination. And you said Hindutva is a culture. What is this culture? Please tell me. What is this culture of Hindutva? In the same way, I extend that also and I ask this question. Tell me, what is this Indian culture? Corruption? Communalism? Casteism? Can you say one single positive attribute, add it with the Indian? Because it is not a culture. You have no culture. The culture, most cultureless places are Indian cities and so on. And Hindu, what is this Hindu culture? There is somebody who is slogging, he knows nothing about that. The group of Dalits and all that. They have never heard about your Rigveda religion or anything like that. You call them also Hindus because you want that number. And then finally he says, if you say you are a Hindu, you should abide by the caste system. That is the crux of the thing. Hindutva was applied later on to the politics done by a particular group. That is not enough. That won't solve our problem. If you reflect over yourself, you will find many of the problems we are suffering from today had their origin in some 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Now there is no new problems. And second one, if you find not a single problem is a all India problem. All problems are regional problems. They turn it into a pan-Indian national problem. Okay, there is some Hindu-Muslim problem. You reduce it maybe in Bengal and maybe in Punjab and so on, and try to contain it and so on. No, spread it all over the place and make it a national identity creation struggle. I mean, these are all totally against the theme I was asked to speak on, nation, state and minority. The liberal theory, we are neither a nation nor a state. Why? What is this of talking? And as far as that, what you call, brother said about constitution, I like to say one thing. You know, when our nationalism started, you should remember this thing. You must have read Sumit Sarkar and all these people. These people went abroad and they learnt about Rousseau and Thomas Stuart Mill and all those people and became understood. Our nation, we should be ruling ourselves. And then they started there. What nonsense. This is telling the children some lies. At the end of the East India Company rule, they said, there is such a polarization. On the one hand, lower caste people and Muslims together. Mandal, Kamandal, have you heard of this? Mandal utha, Kamandal aaya hai. So at that time, we have to create a, what you call, a religious kind of thing. So Lord Curzon, this is, I am quoting from one of the local texts. Lord Curzon devised a new plan so that, so far, those people so far who did not benefit from British rule should also benefit. Hunter Commission came, okay, take some concession for Muslims. Then the South Indian guys clamored, I said, give us also some, so that something came and all that. So these guys looked at this, see, earlier what happened was, during the company colonialism, lot of benefit accrued and give it to the first bench people. So you people eat and then pass it on to the last bench. But nothing came beyond the second bench. They all consumed everything. And also, the British could not talk directly to the low class people in villages. This is available even today, you will see. Some new fellow comes into the village, hey, kahan ja rahe ho? Paale humse pucho. See, that is kind of thing. So what happened at that time? पीछे वाला सब हल्ला गुल्ला करने लगा, अरे ये लोग सब खा रहा सामने वाला, हमको कुछ नहीं मिल रहा. So the British started taking some crumbs and throwing it there over your heads. So far, these guys were abiding by our contract non-interference. These people going against custom and tradition are talking to the backbenches directly. It's time. Yes, I should wind up? Okay. I mean, this is the academic mode. Please, next time when you have a SIO, don't have this academic mode. And you don't have to close the file saying that everything is over and all that. You need to understand that. That's okay. Therefore, when that policy of including newer group, lower group, and minority, so-called minority groups joined, it is these people who have been pampered by the British, by their own thing for such a long time. Now we have to share our benefits along with those people, and this is unacceptable. This has become a traitor to our custom, tradition and everything and all that. So the British should go. So far the British rule was providential rule, God sent rule. Suddenly overnight it became a satanic rule. This is anti-colonialism. India's anti-colonialism was from the beginning anti-democratic. Therefore, this constitution and secular document and all that are to be operating only within the larger framework of India's uniqueness, India's genius, which is Sanatana Dharma, which is Varnashrama Dharma. Within that only that much value our constitution has. Some of us in the south particularly take this constitution very seriously. बट नो, अरे भाई ये सब तो क्या है, तो लिखने वाला तो लिखबे करेगा, लिखबे करेगा। वो लिखने से हो जाता है, हाँ वो सब नहीं। So that is why that is only within. That is why we constantly try to fight it as saying that this is constitution says, yeah, keep your constitution at home. That is the level of appreciation and evaluation the constitution etc. which they had. That is why yet the appearance is constitution, appearance is secularism, appearance is equality, rule of law, etc., etc., etc. Now a Muslim younger group should come forward, critically analyze, remove this upper wala, what do you call that, parda sab, and see, recognize for what this nationalism, for what actually it is, and accordingly you develop your program, your development and your directions of growth, which will definitely be kind of multiple and various and not diverging in a path that doesn't follow the path of the dominant group of people. Thank you.
Yeah, so I apologize, Professor Gielesius, for robbing his time. So we actually have a token of appreciation for Professor Gielesius. I call upon Sayyid Abdul Salam Shakir to give him the. I also call upon Brother Tahir Jamal, who moderated the previous session earlier this day, to come to the stage and receive his token of appreciation. This happened that we had to cancel, actually in fact postpone Dr. Anjum's session earlier. He wants to come in now, so I'll just quickly, I mean I had a page long bio of Professor Anjum, Dr. Anjum to present, but I'm just quickly introducing him as he is the chair of, Katab chair of. Okay, so we'll just quickly move to his session. I'm just not introducing him because we are falling short of time here.
Professor, we have made some adjustments. We can start now. If you can just. Okay. Yeah. Should I? Can you hear me now? You are audible now. We can start. Okay. All right. So do I still have 30 minutes or a little bit less? Yeah, probably a little bit less, but you can take that. And the question of the political in Islamic history. Are you able to hear me? Yes. Okay. So I'll continue until you tell me otherwise. So I want to begin by thinking with you about the concept of the political in Islam and distinguish it from the concept of the legal. And one good way to distinguish between the two is the concept of action versus practice. Legal
the way we typically think of Islam is through a set of practices. And practices are regular. They are they provide the fundamental, if you will, building blocks of our regular, normal life. Whereas actions, I will argue, are...
Recording in progress.
So in contrast to practice, actions are generative and original and even disruptive and creative. So I want to think about the idea of action in Islamic tradition and distinguish it from practices, and then and say something about, inshallah, how we can contribute. The Prophet ﷺ, there is a hadith attributed to him, which is من أحيا سنة من سنتي فعمل بها الناس كان له مثل أجر من عمل بها. That whoever revives a sunnah of mine will have the reward of all those who follow the practice in the future without taking any reward away from him or her. This is in Sunan Ibn Majah. The hadith is not quite strong in its isnad, but it makes the point, which is there is the concept, or it encapsulates a profound insight into the nature of human acts. It suggests, if you think about the hadith, whoever revives a sunnah, it has two acts involved with it. One is the practice. This dual nature of action is evident in the hadith. One is the act of revival itself, which is characterized by initiative, leadership, and a degree of
Recording in progress.
Reform or tajdeed, rejuvenation. Whereas individuals or groups, in the individuals or groups work together to correct, restore, or revive aspects of the faith that have been neglected or misunderstood. Whereas the revivalist in this sense performs an action that challenges existing practices or the lack thereof, and brings people back to a prophetic norm. The role of the revivalist is not only to identify the need for revival and some lack and deficiency, which anybody can do, but to take the necessary steps to guide the community back to the authentic practices of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Another well-known hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, which is authentic in Sunan of Abu Dawood, Allah will send in this ummah at the turn of every century those or one who will revive its deen for it. So, إن الله يبعث في هذه الأمة على رأس كل 100 سنة من يجدد لها دينها. So reviving a sunnah, reviving the deen, entails reintroducing or emphasizing a practice that has been neglected or forgotten within the community. This is what the classical ulama like Nawawi or Ibn Hajar and others would say in explanation for the revival of a sunnah itself requires a dual effort. First, the recognition that a particular practice has been lost or diminished, and second, the deliberate action to reintroduce and normalize that practice among the people. The first is an act of knowing, which requires a memory. If memories themselves are the issue, if that's what's been erased or confused, as often happens, then the most disciplined scholarly effort of, then the more disciplined scholarly activity of studying, recovering, and preserving history is necessary for us to be able to engage in revivals, to be able to correct our course as the Muslim Ummah. The second is an act of world making, which requires engaging a people and the customs of our people, reminding them, perhaps challenging them, and persevering in that path. Often it is considered that Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, rahimahullah, the Caliph, the Umayyad Marwanid Caliph, was the first reviver of Islam. And in many ways, he was one of the greatest revivals. However, some scholars have observed that he was in fact the second reviver. The first reviver was Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, the immediate successor of the Prophet ﷺ himself, who revived Islam by reminding believers of the verse in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala declares what to do, how to think after the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ has passed away. وما محمد إلا رسول قد خلت من قبلها الرسل أفإن مات أو قتل انقلبتم على أعقابكم ومن ينقلب على عقبيه فلن يضر الله شيئا وسيجزي الله الشاكرين. This is Surah Al-Imran, verse 144. That Muhammad is but a messenger. Messengers, the like of whom have passed away before him. If he is killed, or if he dies, or is killed, are you then going to turn away? And if you do so, you will not harm Allah, you will harm yourself. But if you persevere, then Allah will reward those who are grateful and who are steadfast on his path. So this verse was revealed in the context of the Battle of Uhud, some 8 years before the Prophet ﷺ passed away. So it is revealed in a different context. And Abu Bakr Siddiq's contribution, his revival, the essence of his revival is to redeploy the ayah. An ayah that was revealed in one context. Abu Bakr's task was to remember that ayah, to remember what it really meant. And even though the ayah itself contains a conditional, if Muhammad ﷺ, if he dies, then what you do. And at that time, when the ayah was actually revealed, he had not died. It was merely a rumor that had spread. But the ayah had established a profound principle. A profound future had opened up in the ayah. That this deen, this project, this mission of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is not going to end with his death. It is going to continue. And that, of course, is a remarkable, in fact, a unique moment in the history of all humanity, when humanity will now have to live without direct guidance from Allah, something that had never happened since Adam alayhi salam. That this is not merely a break between prophets, but that there will be no more prophets after him. So when Muhammad ﷺ passes away, the responsibility will be that of the believers as a community to uphold God's mission, God's message. So Abu Bakr as-Siddiq recalled and repeated that message. at the time of the death of the Prophet ﷺ, at a time when even the wise and indomitable Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh, the separator of truth and falsehood, himself had become confused. Umar later remarked that despite having known this verse since its revelation over 7 years earlier, it was as if he had heard it for the first time from the lips of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. And it is at that point that he realized that yes, the possibility of the Prophet's death was always there, alayhi salatu wassalam, and that the possibility of life after the beloved, after Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam had passed away, however difficult to imagine and difficult to bear it was, it had to be imagined, and it had to be, the mission of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam had to continue. With a heavy heart, there was no calamity for this ummah and for humanity greater than the passing of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Prophet, in fact, instructed his ummah that whenever a difficulty, a calamity comes, the ummah should remember his death, and all other calamities will look small in comparison and will become bearable. So Abu Bakr's task, his action was, his act of revival was simply to remind, and in that sense it is the most important act because it's, if you will, the primordial act of revival. It had the basic essential element that any revival must have, which is to identify the need of the moment and identify the eternal principles, the divine guidance contained in the Quran, and to redeploy it, to bring it back to life. It was revealed in one context, and the task now is to identify the correct verse, the correct teaching. Now, Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh also had applied a verse, but he was mistaken in the verse that he had applied in his revival, if you will, in his action. What was his verse? Later he reflected on it. He said that the verse he had thought of was وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. That thus we have made you a balanced community, the best community, the just community, so that you are going to, so that you stand in witness to humankind just as the Prophet stands in witness to you. Now, Umar derived from this ayah that the Prophet alayhi salam would always be there to stand in witness to and also against his ummah, calling them to God and reminding them of God. And as they go around and do that to the world. So Umar's understanding was the Prophet could not die because the mission was not complete. The ummah had to go still do its job, so the Prophet had to be there. So he had misunderstood that ayah. Now this is very interesting because this creates the possibility that a potential reviver, a revivalist, a scholar, a reformer may get it wrong. And if you get it wrong, you know, you deploy the wrong ayah, then you lead to some kind of harm in the community. There are missed opportunities. And so understanding the correct hukum to be revived, the correct sunnah to be revived, the correct category to be applied to a particular time and place and its need, that requires not only memory, but also discernment, wisdom, understanding, hikmah, in other words. The second act that is referred to in the hadith is the practice that is being revived itself, that is the sunnah. This practice, once reintroduced, becomes a regular part of the believers' lives, guiding their behavior and contributing to their growth. As this ummah is adopted and practiced by other believers, the initial act of revival continues to yield rewards for the individuals who revived it, but those then who follow it, they benefit from it. It does become ongoing charity, sadaqah jariyah. This means that the act of revival is a necessary part of our life as Muslims. Meaning those acts of interruption and correction are just as important and necessary as the actual practice of deen, right? So practices of the deen are like salah, the prayers, the 5 regular prayers that we must do.
Recording in progress.
Should I conclude? Okay. I guess so. It's been about 20 minutes. Should I continue? Okay. Have you been able to hear me so far? So far I have described the classification of actions or acts in Islam between action and practice. I've distinguished action from practice, and I have associated practice, and I've translated that as sunnah, and I've associated that with regular practices, regular routines of our life. And then I have identified that as the domain of the legal. But then I have also identified another kind of action, and the action of revival and interruption, creation, as a necessary, if you will, the framework, the necessary guide for practice, that we need action just as much as we need practice, and particularly the act of revival in our deen. And in the realm of philosophy and sociology, practices are often understood as habitual activities that individuals engage in with regularity and purpose. For instance, Pierre Bourdieu's concept of habitus provides a useful framework for understanding how practices shape and are shaped by our social environment. Practices such as daily prayers and regular workouts or eating dinner with the family are not just routine activities, they are deeply intertwined with the construction of our identity and the cultivation of our virtues and dispositions, our akhlaq, our spirituality. The repetition of these practices over time solidifies them as part of our habitus, subtly shaping our behavior and outlook on life. So practices such as salah, the repetition of this practice in time serves to reinforce our identity as a believer and our connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The practices gradually and often imperceptibly change us. We don't remain the same as we grow with a practice. And through consistent engagement in these practices, such as, again, the daily prayers being the most important, but also other practices of dhikr, the recitation of the Quran, spending time with friends in a regular way, studying for our growth, our education. They are all practices that put us on different trajectories in life. And over time, we become different individuals, different and better as a result of good practices. And of course, we become worse off and we lose opportunities in life as a result of bad practices. Okay? In contrast to practice, which is characterized by, again, regularity and continuity, there exists a different kind of act that is defined by its capacity to disrupt and challenge the status quo. The action stands in stark opposition to the habitual and routine nature of practices. And, philosophically, this can be illuminated through the work of Hannah Arendt, particularly in her book, The Human Condition, where she differentiates between labor and work and action. Action being the most distinct and impactful. According to Arendt, action is the activity through which individuals assert their agency and initiate new beginnings. Unlike labor and work, which are repetitive and tied to necessity, action is inherently unpredictable and involves taking risks. It is through action that individuals reveal their uniqueness and engage in the world in a meaningful way, often changing existing norms and creating opportunities for change. So I will conclude my remarks here, having distinguished between action and practice, and I will submit that the political is fundamentally a domain that is tied to action. And in the Muslim community, in the Muslim Ummah worldwide today, there is great need for action of revival, action of reform, action to reconnect us to our mission, to our path, in the way that Abu Bakr as-Siddiq did on the occasion of the passing of the Prophet ﷺ, and the essential form, the essential ingredient of action in Islam, revivalist action, is a memory a learning and the correct understanding of when and how to apply it, and then the courage to go about and implementing it and persevering with it. So we live in an age where there is a great need for revival, for reinvigorating the political, and the essence of the political is, as I have described. I hope that this is of some use, and I ask Allah to teach us that which is of benefit and benefit us from what He has taught us. Again, my apologies that I could not be there with you in person, and for this delay. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give victory and help to suffering Muslims all around the world, in Gaza, in India, and elsewhere. And you, the students, are our locus for action, they're the locus for the action of the Ummah in the future. And I pray for you and have great hope in you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair. This was Dr. Wamir Anjum. We are indeed thankful to him that he has joined with us. We will convey our gratitude to him. But right now, as we are stringent on time, we will not be able to interact with him. We shall take a short break now. But before that, I would just announce how the schedule will move from here, because it's given that we have delayed a lot. So we would have the film screening and the discussion immediately after Asr Namaz, and we would do that for an hour and a half, and then we would take the Maghrib break, and hopefully we would do the Valedictory after that. So bear with us. I know that it was supposed to end at Maghrib or before, but we shall conclude after. So we are thankful to Dr. Wamir Anjum, and we shall come back for the documentary When Pomegranates Turn Grey. We'll come back at 5:30. where does one start after recalling the violent memory that we all share through the stories that are told to us through our elders? And like someone said in the documentary, a lot of us are living on the crutches of these stories. Without further delay, I would invite the panel. I would begin by inviting our guest, M.A. Moeed, who is a research scholar in Anveshi Center. I would like M.A. Moeed to come and take the dais. I would also invite Khurram Murad, who is the director of the documentary. He is with us. I invite him to come on the stage as well. We have with us a research scholar who also did the parallel session in the afternoon, Brother Fasi Ahmed Ike. I invite him to the dais. I also invite Mutiur Rahman, who is also with us. He is a research scholar. I invite him to the dais as well. I would not interrupt. I would like M.A. Moeed, who is our guest, to have his comments on the documentary.
Assalamu alaikum. First, let me congratulate you for making this documentary in a very, very sensitive way. You can't help but feel emotional. And one reason could be that, we all Hyderabadis, have some or the other memories of these kind. So I was remembering my own memories of my family while seeing these things. And on many occasions I was lost. This was the first generation which experienced the violence firsthand. And now we are the third generation. And their way of looking at it was different, and they dealt it with by remaining silent. Second generation was also ignorant mostly about all these things. But whereas the third generation, we are in, all of you are in the 20s and 30s. So now we are trying to own up this thing. Now we want to speak about these events. So now the challenge is, it's not just to record this incident, but to make a sense of it, what to learn from it, and where we should take from it. So I was feeling curious that, what were your assumptions, and when you started thinking about this idea of making this documentary, what was there in your mind, you being a third generation of Hyderabadi? As I said, the first two generations had different understanding of what Hyderabad was, what Hyderabad history was. So I'm feeling curious to know, how you conceptualize this thing and what made you think about this idea of making this documentary on this topic. And secondly, what were the challenges you faced? Because, personally, even for me, it's very difficult to handle this topic. And many historians, Muslim historians who write about police action, they feel, they are incapable of handling this topic. for various emotional reasons. But you handle it very maturely, so I must congratulate you. But at the same time, I would like you to speak a bit about what were your thoughts about it.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for kind words and your kind eyes to watch our film. Okay, before I answer to that question, and I think a lot of you will be wanting to have discussion about why we made this film, there is something that I've written for you, for every one of you who has watched this film today. And now I want you to listen when I read this out. Khamash kun, wadar khamash tamasha kun, bulbul az guft pai bast amad. Be silent, and in silence be a witness. When Bulbul sang, she was captured, chained, and was brought into the court. Dear viewers of our film, have you ever felt the silence, the taste of silence? Silent winds, silent trees, a silence that our God asks when we pray, the silence of a mountain, the silence of a desert. Oh, I must not speak so much of silence, for I violate it more every time I try to explain it. I wish for you, dear viewer, a museum of silence. I also wish our film was silent, which it was for a while in the beginning. I also wish our film was a silent film, and the burden of speech had not overwhelmed it. However, it may be important for our questions of justice. On the day of premiere, on the premiere day of our film, one of the panelists had asked, "If you do not say, how will we know that you had suffered?" Dear viewer, does knowing not happen in silence? Are you still with me? Or have the cacophony of non-silence engulfed you? Will you grant me and leave me be if I do not utter any more? If I deliberately do not talk of rights, violence, numbers, statistics, army, state, Muslims, annexation, polo. We made this film with the intent of revealing the truth of police action, but during the course of discovering this truth, we have discovered more than the grotesque details of violence. Though I have loved your eyes, your kind eyes, who have watched our film from a very noisy realm, I shall withhold what else that was discovered during our acts of filming, editing, animating, subtitling, and more. All of this has been in the realm of silence, or at least it tossed us there. My dilemmas were nascent when I began to venture in this site of memory. Now that one knows, and through this knowing has learned newer songs of past, I must leave you on the other end of this thread, from where you should weave more silent songs. Now, dear viewer, will you help me stitch this bloodied kaftan of Joseph, the son of Jacob? Thank you. I don't know if I've made sense, but I really did not know what else to say after making this film, because I think we have showed you, we have told what has to be told, this story. But as far as, of course, there are technical questions of how one came up to this idea of making the film. So the memories of police action was always there. It was around us while growing up. We were listening to, during any case of small little curfew or violence or a riot situation, these elders, they would always recollect this memory of police action. And so that kind of invocation of this violent memory was always there around. And so during COVID, I sat with my grandmother, and that is when I had asked Kate, okay, tell us what had happened, what actually happened during police, this action that you mention all the time. So that is when I learned this whole, like an episode of what went, how they dealt with this particular family and this particular group of people. But then one realizes that this is also not a single story. People who are living in Deccan, in Hyderabad, around Hyderabad, which was at least the districts which are part of erstwhile Hyderabad, they had these similar stories from their elders, but nothing, we are not being taught this in school, we are not being, one is not aware. I mean, of course, one celebrates different national holidays and has a different kind of arranged, organized history that is being taught, but this violent memory and these grotesque details keep seeping through the daily living. So yeah, that was one of the starting points of how we thought of making this film. Sure. Maybe I can answer once we have other panelists speak.
Assalamu alaikum. So, I literally do not know what to speak after watching this documentary, and even before, to be frank, because there is a difference between me and almost everyone sitting here. The traumatic memories that you might have on your head or chest, which I do not have, of annexation. I never heard the story from my parents, or like Khurram says, annexation is an everyday incident for a Hyderabadi. In schools or in curfews, or every day you get kind of reminded of that, which I, being a non-Hyderabadi, I do not really experience. So then Khurram was asking me to talk something on the making aspects of this film. So when I was working somewhere else in a film studies department, our department was called as Cine Poetics. So the idea is that the film actually is understood beyond a combination of oral and visual medium or audio-visual medium. Rather, they call it as a poetry. Or the idea is that what it can invoke beyond the audio-visual senses. So film is always a multi-visual, multi-sensorial experience, which I mean, like a poem, what all things it invokes. And in this film, what we find is that both these ideas, or cinema and the multi-sensoriality it invokes, is accompanied with the poetry and again whatever it invokes. And these poetries are there is a gap as after a prose or after two lines of ghazals or Urdu poetry, like a break you take. The documentary follows the kind of same pattern, that after a particular interval, you are left out to be invoked by something else, by, I don't know what I can call it, but some memories, some traumas, and all those things, or your past or your own identity, or whatever senses it can bring to you. So, and those those gaps are again filled with a lot of objects. In this film, from since the beginning to last, whether it is done purposefully or not, the directors actually bring in a lot of objects, like peacock, like anar, like deer, and then these objects are actually placed into the silence, the gaps between the shots. And then the film is conceived in such a way that the objects in these films narrates a story which the film actually do not narrate, and we are left up to these objects. So I was going through a lot of a few reviews came after this documentary was premiered, and much of them had an impression or a kind of thing that, you know, the right to remember, or, you know, the fight against forceful forgetfulness, which actually Khurram tried to content, to be frank, because I think in the film, because the film attributes that every object that you see around is an invocation of your past, and there is nothing that has been forgotten and nothing that has been to be remembered, but everything is actually around you being said, and everything around you is invoking a traumatic event of the past. That's how I think he conceived the film. Yeah, I think I should not talk much, Mukti, and maybe many people will have a lot of commentaries on
it. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, it's not an easy to review a film, in the sense especially when the film is made on Hyderabad and something that you are closely working on, and something that reminds of your own memories. And I think every person or most of the Hyderabadis will recount these incidents. So what happened with Khurram's family is actually a mirror of our own families. So when I was looking at Khurram's documentary, it also reflects what I heard from my own grandmother of what has happened during her time during police action. What I would do rather as a review of the film is to talk of certain very specific moments in the film, and how I would look at those events and how I try to interpret the film. First of all, the very interesting thing, very beautifully made, very poetically made film, but there are few names that carry certain weight in this film. So I'm trying to exploit what the filmmakers did themselves by the name Gulnar. So Gulnar is the flower of pomegranate, but when the film was narrated, it was split into Gul and Nar. So Nar then becomes fire and Gul becomes a flower. So I'm doing the same thing, but what I try to do is with the present. So what Khurram Murad means. So Murad essentially can be interpreted in three ways. The first is the most common way of saying ek khahish hai ya phir ek tamanna hai. The second way is to say कि मेरी मुराद से ये बात है या फिर मेरे इस बात से ये मुराद है. So it also carries a representative element in it. It tries to show certain thing. It tries to pull your attention towards certain thing. And the third way, very interesting way, is to say कि Murad also carries the connotation of mannat puri hona. कि Murad puri hona is a kind of mannat puri hona. So what mannat is an oath that you do with yourself. It is a promise that you do with yourself. Now these terms in itself carry certain weight. So in a very layman, if I say that Murad, or the way the grandmother of Murad is introduced in the film is through two losses. The one is of her brother and other is splitting of her sister. So in a very layman's way, it might be argued that Khurram Murad has succeeded in bringing his sister and fulfilled that khahish of meeting with her sister. And the other two segments that are more important, I think, for me, are that they carry certain weight and how that thing is been interpreted within the film. So for that, I think the first dream segment that the film uses is very interesting. In the sense, like, this is our tradition that the dreams are interpreted, ta'bir ki jati hain. So I try to draw a certain interpretation. This might be very different from what the filmmakers thought, because khab hai, to sabke apne apne ta'bir hai. So I try my own ta'bir to what Khurram shows as his own khab of his construction. And since the very film uses a certain backward movement, the very name, when pomegranate turns grey, is pointing towards back. The very term when is a temporal in its orientation. So I am trying to look at the whole dream sequence in a very backward movement. So the last shot of the dream sequence is a man standing in a very silhouette and shadowed image of him standing under a tree. So this image might invoke certain things. When I was thinking of this image or this powerful imagery that was used in this dream sequence, it reminded me of two things. One, it could be a painting by John Martin of The Last Man, where a man is waiting for something. So this painting of John Martin tries to explain that a man is standing at an apocalyptic time, and the very dream sequence is very apocalyptic in that sense, and he's standing there and he's waiting for something, and he's the last man on the face of this earth. And this waiting in itself carries a very Heideggerian notion of being in the world, being towards death. So the very waiting man carries with it certain idea of human existence. And this idea of human existence for Heidegger is coming from his orientation of how he looks at temporality and how that comes for us to look at the past. Now this question takes us to what actually the subject is, when there are clear distinctions between an object and a subject and subjugation. So what this subject is standing in a present, trying to look at the past. And that thing, I think, gets clarified by this very important dream sequence that stands as an epilogue to the film. To explain this thing, I think it's very interesting, the metaphor that he has used, that there is an open grave, and in that open grave is a body that is trying to speak of our memories. So our memories are corporealized as a dead body that is laying in the ground. And laying in the ground in itself is a kind of funeral ceremonial thing. You are standing there and there is silence in that. And what these memories speak of is that silence, that attentiveness to the past, that brings you towards a certain idea of mourning. So it's not a mourning per se, but when you close the grave, it ends the thing, or then the mourning process starts. So what we see in Deccan today is the precursor of the mourning itself. The grave is still open. And even now, even within the film, when we say that the wound is open or we don't want to go back, so the very metaphor that is used कि जख्मों को खुरेदना नहीं, तो जख्म है और जख्म में बस भरा हुआ है, कोई उसको खुजाना नहीं चाह रहा, कोई अगर खुजाएगा तो फिर उससे कुछ और निकलेगा. So जख्म is still there. The temporal aspect of जख्म, the time that it takes to fill, it is not healed but it is open. The grave is there, it's open, and it influences how we look at the world, and it influences how we are looking at things. It influences how we look at the past. And one thing that binds all these arguments together is the tradition. What Talal Asad says, that we look at temporality in the sense of nasihat. So our older generation teaches us this nasihat, and this is how the very feeling of history, of the very feeling and very understanding of history comes up within this tradition of form of line that that comes out as nasihat. So within the film, even within the film, there are certain instances where Khaju Sahab says that Musalman courageous hota hai, और हम ये अपने आगे आने वाली जनरेशनों को देंगे. When Dadi says, or when the narrator himself says, कि हम ये चीजों को अपने सीनों में छुपा के रखेंगे, ये memories को हम अपने सीनों में छुपा के रखेंगे. So the memory, in a way, comes from a metaphor that maybe we can say from the story of Vikram and Betal, where the memory is very heavy, and it is on our backs, and we are walking through it. And if we stop the narration, Then the memory goes back, or the betal goes back to the same tree. Then the Vikram goes and cuts it again, and then keeps it on his back, and then he is moving. On 25th time, only when Vikram is silent and attentive to what is happening and silently listening to what these memories tell, that is when the betal disappears, or rather emancipates. So this is the weight that these memories, or this is the weight that we carry with these memories, and it is only with silence and attentiveness to the past through which these memories come as nasihat to us and become a product of learning to us. And that's it. Thank you.
So if we have any questions for the author, we can take, and we would have to end quickly for the Maghrib Namaz.
Thank you. This is indeed a very poignant film, and I'm going to make a comment, and probably you guys can come back to it. My comment doesn't have much to do with the film itself, but I was powerfully struck by the poetic prose that you recited. This is really telling. And I want to pick up this point. This has come probably, I'm forgetting your name, Khurram. And also, what is your name? Fasir. So both of you constantly kept on stressing that this is something which cannot be spoken, or it cannot be described, right? And there is a paradox here that you are saying it. You know, it is through the act of saying that you continuously stress that it cannot be said. You see the point? So now I think there is some parallel in the history. Now, as you know, after there is a famous memoir written by a Jew called Primo Levi, who was the survivor of the concentration camp. Okay? And because I get him right, I'm just going to read this. This is just one line, and this really touches on the point that you are making. So this is Primo Levi, who wrote a memoir as a survivor of the Holocaust. And here is the line: I, who speak, was a Musliman, that is, the one who cannot in any sense speak. Many people do not know that the Jews in the concentration camp, in their own self-description, they were calling themselves as Musliman. But the paradox here is that I, who speak as a survivor, was a Musliman, that is the one who cannot in any sense speak. Now, there is another dimension to what all of you probably alluded to. There is a powerful poetry in the film itself. At the end, Khurram, is this your own poetry that you are reciting to your nani or dadi? Dadi. Now, after the Holocaust, it was also said that even poetry is not possible after Auschwitz. So there is also a question of genre, that there are certain things which can be said or not said in prose. But to say that even poetry is not possible after Auschwitz, which is the Holocaust, right? So anyway, I was struck by the fact that, of course, by making this film, you are bringing it to the public, and this unsaid needs to be said. And yet this unsaid is being said with a lot of emphasis again and again that we cannot actually describe. Can there be some parallel between what I have just said in relation to the Holocaust and those who survived, and the stories that you want to say and still it cannot be said? Thank you. I really enjoyed the film, and many congratulations for bringing it to the attention of all of us. I think this is a great and remarkable contribution.
Just quickly. Wonderful movie, Khurram Fasi. I really liked it. I mean, to be honest with you, like poetics, aesthetics, this is Latin in French to me. I'm not into this zone, but I really liked the choreography and the animation, and your poetry was very wonderful. You know, but what struck me in the movie was when Dadi was saying that, okay, military came later, but first there was someone else. Now we know that in the history of Hyderabad, how Hindu Mahasabha was closely connected with the Arya Samajis, and how this happened in Cahoot, this destruction, this wanton loot, and happened with the locals first. This reminds me of also Jammu genocide, where before the military comes, the locals, the close-bys who live nearby, actually become hand and glove in the part of wanton destruction. Both times presided over by Nehru. One is a Hindu ruler with a Muslim subject, and other is Muslim subjects and the Hindu rulers. But what's very interesting is that I just want to, I was struck by your poetry. Agha Shahid Ali writes a brilliant prose in terms of Kashmir when India annexes it. So my memory is again in the way of your history. Army convoys all night like desert caravans in the smoking oil of dimmed headlights. Time dissolved all winter. It's crushed fennel. We cannot ask them, are you done with the world? In the lake, the arms of temples and mosques are locked in each other's reflections. Have you soaked saffron to pour on them when they found like this, centuries like this in this country? I have stitched to your shadow. At a certain point, I lost track of you. You needed me. You needed to perfect me. In your absence, you polished me into the enemy. Your history gets in the way of my memory. I am everything you lost. You cannot forgive me. I am everything you lost. Your perfect enemy. Your memory gets in the way of my memory. Thank you.
I don't know what is there to answer to these comments that have been made. Yeah, the very paradox that you just pointed out, that though one is talking about silences and yet one is saying it out loud. So when we were filming, of course this is just, we've been working on this for like 2 years. So we had interviewed other survivors and other people as well, and even the second generation, third generation. And one thing that came up very often from these people, from these interviews, is that they said, why are you making, right? Is this something that needs to be told? Is this something that needs to be opened? And then, so there was this secrecy involved, right? When one is saying कि इसको छुपा के रखो, when one is saying to be silent, so one is also alluding to a certain sense of secret. And then while talking to these people, I have realized, I asked, what is this a secret? Why is one not telling? Like in our premiere of the film, first thing that one of the panelists said, कि आप लोगों को बताना चाहिए कि क्या-क्या हुआ है आपके साथ. How will we know if you do not tell? So I think in not telling, or in that silence, as much as they are keeping it, I think एक भरम है जो रखा हुआ है, that the world is livable, that the world is, what do I say? I mean, I'm not necessarily giving a very pragmatic answer to this, but they also say that this is not our secret, this is the secret of the oppressor. And bringing it out also kind of gives a sense of, you know, the oppressor is again, you stand against the oppressor on an equal foot. So, but of course there is fear, there are other factors like, you know, they have started from ground zero, like you were also mentioning about the Holocaust. So Nurani or Umar Khaldi, who I think one of them, they allude to say that this is the Holocaust of the Deccan. This is the Holocaust of India, that of Indian Muslims, that they do not know what has happened. So, I mean, of course, the paradox is there, but we being third generation, we being in the present and looking at the past, we are so overwhelmed by our present, and also the past keeps seeping through. So, I don't know, maybe silence is the answer to this, but of course, like how much Muti, this whole conversation that has happened, I think there are the whole process of sense making or meaning making that goes on with any piece of art, or with especially within academia. So one also tends to look at, oh, these are the different contours that one is alluding to, and there are certain sense of meanings that one is attributing to the work that has been done. So I think, yeah, these are the things that are further, like I said, this is just one of the stories that we have done in this documentary, but there are so many, and I think there's a good body of work, hopefully, that should be coming. Not simply because this is out there, but there are people who are kind of working and who are trying to bring out these stories. So yeah. And second, Shafat was saying that how history comes in the way of the memory. So I think these are, in fact, polar opposites, history and memory, in that sense, that history, whereas it becomes a very secularizing project and it tries to organize certain way, whereas memory always keeps intervening and interrogating. So, of course, memory keeps coming in the way of the history. Fine. Yeah, please. We would actually want to hear from sir, but he has just he just said two questions.
Yeah. The issue is, I think, the question of moral sense and political sense. Because you take the first generation, the moral sense and the political sense of that first generation was to be silent. Silence was a moral act, and also it was a political act. But now, coming to the third generation, it has become opposite. Now third generation is asserting its own voice, and assertion has become a moral responsibility. That's the expression of this moral sense. And as well as, it's also a political sense to reclaim our own history, our own memories, our own past. And this is very important for us to become a equal citizen of India. The tragedy is that, when the nation states are formed, they usually go through a huge process of violent change. If you take the example of all the nation states, you see that many nation states went through a lot of revolutions, wars, and a lot of violence. So here in India, this is our violence, and Muslims have been forced to become citizens through violence. A new country, India, we have made to become a citizen of India through violence. And Muslims are the only community in India who have made citizen in this way. So we have been thoroughly damaged in a very, very serious way. And to now, to reclaim those things, to recover from those damage and from those traumas, this is our political act. So what you are doing, making of this documentary, is a political act as well as a moral act. And this is our assertion, this is our time, that we should keep doing these kind of things and reclaim our voice for the sake of our present and for the sake of our future.
So we'll end the session there. I would like Abdul Hafiz to present a token of appreciation to M.A. Mohit. M.A. I would also ask Abdul Hafiz to present a memento to Fasih Ahmed. I would invite Wasiullah. I would ask Abdul Hafiz to present a memento to Motiur Rahman. And now, finally, I would invite the director to receive a memento from Abdul Hafiz. Jazakallah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, especially the guest, for coming and having a discussion on this important topic. This documentary was done on the name Omar Khalidi, a lost or an unread author of Hyderabad. So we would also like to remember Omar Khalid at this point, and we hope that we navigate and read through him what is Hyderabad. With that, we would conclude this session. We would immediately offer Maghrib for those who haven't, and we would come back and finish with the valedictory by 7:30. Jazakallah. We would take a break of 5 to 10 minutes, and we would come back. We would finish by 7:30 or 40. The
So inshallah, we'll proceed for the valedictory session. First of all, I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the stage. Brother Abdul Hafiz, Zonal President, SIO Telangana. I would like to call him on the stage. Next, Dr. Muhammad Rizwan, Director, CSR. Brother Abdur Rahman Naufal, National Secretary, SIO of India. Brother Muhammad Faraz Ahmed, Secretary, SIO Telangana. Brother Abdul Salam Shakir, Convener, International Academic Conference 2024. I call all the dignitaries to come upon the dais. Moving forward, I would like to call Mr. Dr. Muhammad Rizwan, Director, Center for Study and Research, to address us upon the topic Transcending or Carving Spaces, Academia and Modern Knowledge System. I call Dr. Muhammad Rizwan, Director of CSR, to address us on the topic.
إن الحمد لله لا نحمد ولا نستعين إلا إياه قال الله تعالى في القرآن المجيد والفرقان الحميد هل يستوي الذين يعلمون والذين لا يعلمون وقال علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. तो तक के हर मुकाम पे दो चार रह गए, तेरा पता न पाएं तो नाचार क्या करें. So in generally in conferences which are and particularly in social sciences, which now I am attending since 3-4 years, valedictory session is actually wherein people just want to go. In physical sciences, valedictory session, people just want to come in. Because in physical sciences, we have valedictory sessions which are thought to be very important, and they give you the direction in the future where you want to go for the young research scholars. I would like to be a minimalist in my address, and I would also like you or the organizer to circulate this valedictory address, which has been put in with quite a bit of efforts. Anyway, so I will speak to you on three major aspects. One is I will try to make you understand how does modern knowledge ecosystem work. Modern, quote unquote, recent. Number one. Number two, what are the key challenges for development of a Islamic political thought, quote unquote. अच्छा, अभी मुझे पता चला कि उर्दू में भी बोल सकते हैं. बट आप लोग बताइए कौन सी लैंग्वेज विच इज बेटर. अच्छा, उर्दू. ठीक है. So I'll try to mix it both ways. So let's be clear on that. So ये पहली बात जो मैं आपसे बात करूंगा, पहले के मॉडर्न नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम कैसे काम करता है सर, वो क्या है. मैं दूसरी बार आपसे बात करूंगा कि वो कौन से की चैलेंजेस हैं जो एज अ पॉलिटिकल साइंटिस्ट एक इस्लामिक पॉलिटिकल थॉट को डेवलप करने के लिए आपको ओवरकम करने हैं, हमको ओवरकम करने हैं. और एक तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे बात करना चाहूंगा और जिसको मैंने टाइटल दिया था एकेडमिया बिटवीन द प्रोडक्शन एंड रेजिस्टेंस. तो मैं इन तीन एस्पेक्ट पे आपसे बात करूंगा. मॉडर्न नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम में सबसे फंडामेंटल चीज आपको समझना चाहिए वो इसकी एपिस्टेमोलॉजी इंक्लूडिंग द पॉलिटिकल थॉट. सो जो मॉडर्न नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम है, नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम किसे कहते हैं, जब नॉलेज प्रोड्यूस होती है, डिसेमिनेट होती है और परसीव्ड होती है, वो पूरा नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम है. और ये डिसेमिनेशन, प्रोडक्शन, डिसेमिनेशन और परसेप्शन, इसका अपना पॉलिटिक्स है एक. ठीक है, quote unquote, in whatever you want to understand politics, just remember that there is a politics wherein knowledge production, knowledge dissemination, and how knowledge should be perceived have certain political connotations. तो जब आप इसको समझ लेंगे तब आप उस नॉलेज पैराडाइम को इम्पैक्ट करने में कामयाब हो जाएंगे। ये जो मॉडर्न नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम है, इसकी अपनी लैंग्वेज है, इसका अपना जार्गन है, और ये हेजेमनाइज्ड है हमारे हिसाब से। जैसे जब हम टर्मिनोलॉजीज को लेते हैं, सो दे आर मोर इवॉल्व इन अ यूरोसेंट्रिक मिली। अब वो आपसे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि आप उसी टर्मिनोलॉजी में बात करें। आप समझ रहे हैं? सो इस तरह से जो एपिस्टेमोलॉजी है, उसके साथ मैंने ये यहां पर रखे हैं, मैं आई विल रीड इट आउट। द फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम विद द करंट मॉडर्न नॉलेज इकोसिस्टम is that it creates knowledge hierarchy. That is, it creates a hierarchy that places Western knowledge above others, devaluating traditional and indigenous practices. This is the first problem with the epistemology of modern knowledge ecosystem. The second problem is the cultural and the historical biases which this epistemology carry on its back. So Eurocentric epistemology assumes Western knowledge is universal, sidelining all other perspectives which may be non-Western, quote unquote. Third problem is that its impact on global education and scholarship, wherein Western-centric curriculums and academic norms dominates global education, marginalizing local knowledge systems. जैसे एक कॉन्फ्रेंस के वैलिडिक्टरी एड्रेस में क्या बोला जाना चाहिए, ये तय है, राइट? तो अब वो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि आप वैसा बोलिए। कॉन्फ्रेंस इज अ मेथड वेयर यू कैन डिसेमिनेट नॉलेज, राइट? सो ये हुआ एपिस्टेमोलॉजी। देयर आर मेनी, यू जस्ट रीड दिस पेपर केयरफुली इफ यू वांट एट ऑल टू नो। The central difference between the political thought, a Eurocentric, quote unquote, evolved political thought, epistemologically goes like this. देखिए, इस्लामिक पॉलिटिकल थॉट की एपिस्टेमोलॉजी और मॉडर्न वेस्टर्न पॉलिटिकल थॉट की एपिस्टेमोलॉजी 5 चीजों पे अलग अलग है। 5 चीजों। नंबर 1, सोर्स ऑफ नॉलेज। नंबर 2, नेचर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल अथॉरिटी, दैट इज सोवरेनिटी। Number 3, purpose of governance. Purpose of governance. Number 4, view on human nature. And number 5 is concept of law. So, एक Islam-inspired political epistemology is altogether different than whatever you term it, Eurocentric or Western or whatever term you want to give it. It differed in 5 principal aspects. So, source of knowledge in Western political thought, if you deeply and just leave the jargon and you just peel it off, it's naturalism, the naturalistic worldview, and the rationalistic, empiricistic, and a social contract theory in whatever evolved form you want to understand it. So this is the first fundamental epistemological difference between a Western political thought and an Islam-inspired political thought, wherein the source of knowledge essentially goes to naturalism, rationalism, empiricism, and social contract theory, and its various evolved form or deviated form, whatever you call it. In Islam, the decisive and fundamental source to which all knowledge is directed for testing. I'm not telling that it will be there, everything is there. No, we don't borrow that stupid argument. But for testing, once we have contestation, where do we send it back? So we send it back to Wahi, of course, the divine revelation Wahi, and of course the Sunnah, and of course after there's the Qiyas and the Ijma and the Ijtihad. So this is fundamentally different than the Western political epistemology. This is the first one. Second is the nature of political authority. So of course, the Western political thought says that it's anthropocentric, wherein authority is derived from the consent of the governed through a social contract, with the pupil as sovereign, right? Where in Islam, we have al-hukmu lillah, this is 1. And then ulul amri minkum, this is 2. And there may be many layers to it. If you further want to study Mukhtar Shinqiti. Mukhtar Shinqiti is a Qatar-based guy. So, in the nature of political authority in epistemology, the political thought of the epistemology of Islamic political thought will be somewhat, this is a loose term, I think we shouldn't use it, but anyway, it is quite popular in your literature, is this theocentric, wherein authority derives from God, from Allah, and His vicegerents as, ulul amri minkum. I will come to this, why this becomes a challenge in political theory of Islam. So, in the Western political thought, the focus is maybe on democracy, or if some evolved from liberalism and secular constitutions with political legitimacy tied to the popular will. Okay? In modern Western political thought, the focus on democracy, liberalism, and secular constitution with political legitimacy tied to popular will. Wherein in Islam, the emphasis on shura, consultation, within the Islamic ethical framework. So this is the third most important difference, third most important difference. And then you have purpose of governance, wherein the purpose grounded in modern Western political thought, the purpose is grounded in more of a materialist pursuit to protect individual freedoms, liberty, property rights, ensuring pluralism and secularism in the public sphere. Wherein in Islamic political thought is transcendental in nature, to establish justice in line with Islamic ethics, or maqasid al-Sharia, and ensuring protection of religion, life, intellect, property, and so on and so forth. So what my point is, the epistemology of Islamic political thought have 5 major departure points from the epistemology of modern political thought. And now it is up to you how you carve your ways or transcend those typical boundaries. I'll come to last part of my keynote address, and that is, what are the major challenges in evolving Islamic political thought per se? Islamic political thought has evolved. I mean, it has its own when you study. But the first and the most prominent, you may find it very vague, but it is deep, is to evolve a unified framework for any thought. That is the first fundamental challenge. Evolution of a unified political framework. The diversity of Islamic school of thoughts complicates the development of a unified political theory. How to overcome that? That is one thing. You know, when Pakistan was made and someone tells Maulana Maududi, okay, what kind of then you want? You want this Hanbali, Shafi'i, and all that, and then there was 57 points agenda which was put forth. That is all history. You all know. So a unified framework is something which. Then the second challenge will be contemporary relevance to Islamic political thought jargon and practical models such as whatever you term is Khilafah, or delineating the tribal system, remnant Islamic political thought, and evolving novel paradigms in it. That will be the second challenge. The third challenge will be a typical one, but that is very important. This is something called as secularism versus theocracy debate, or theo-democracy debate, as Maulana Maududi put it. Okay, so Islamic political thought essentially is in conflict with, as they say it, conflict with the secular models that separate religion from governance, evolving novel paradigms in an Islam-inspired democratic governance, question pertaining to female leadership or conception of citizenship, the fundamental right debates, the voting rights of non-Muslims, so on. So this is something which need to be evolved and ponder upon further. So whatever little we have doesn't answer. The literature which we have right now doesn't answer all these questions, or answer it partially. The fourth most important challenge in evolving an Islamic political thought is Orientalism and Western bias. So Western scholarship often misinterprets Islamic political thought due to Orientalist bias. And that has created a huge academic burden on us. That has created a huge academic burden on us itself. So this is something. The concept of political Islam and Islamism. So the negative portrayal of Islam and its political thought, termed it as Islamism, and the vilified debate between Islamism versus traditional Islamic political thought need to be academically countered, or new paradigms need to be evolved in this. And evolving consensus on reinterpreting Sharia and in turn political thought. Generally it is perceived that Sharia law is brutal and modern nation states have evolved enough to give away the barbaric laws, raises concern about human rights and equality and all that aspect. So we need to, come to in terms with various interpretation of Islamic law when it comes to political thought and others. And there are much more. So what I believe that as people who want to do some research or something, or I would like to read it for you, the last para from my address, because that is something I think should be read. So this will be the last two paras. As we move forward, and if you don't accuse me giving mega narratives, let me remind everyone, including myself, that we are not mere scholars. We have an inherent identity of Khalifa from Allah. So our role is multi-layered. If we are more inclined towards scholarship, we should be able to produce high quality of scholarship. If some of us are interested in ground level activism, we should not merely observe or analyze Muslim politics in general or general politics in particular from a distance, but to actively participate in shaping its future. Whether we choose to transcend existing paradigm or carve out new intellectual spaces, we must do so with a deep commitment to Islam-inspired ideals of justice, compassion, and the ethical principles that are at the heart of the Islamic intellectual tradition. Our efforts should not be limited to the halls of academia, but should extend to the broader society. The ideas we generate, the critique we evolve, the knowledge we produce must have a tangible impact on the lives of ordinary people. This means bridging the gap between the ivory towers and the public sphere, ensuring that our scholarship should reach to the potential wherein it informs policy, guides governance, and contributes to the spiritual and material well-being of humanity at large. Let us transcend the limitation imposed by dominant paradigms, and in doing so, let us also carve out spaces where our intellectual traditions can flourish, where new ideas can take roots, and where the principles of justice, mercy, compassion, adl that lie at the heart of Islamic thought can illuminate the path forward for both Muslims and humanity at large. Before I close, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Telangana SIO Central Team, Brother Nofel, Brother Hafiz, Brother Shakul, all the participants in this conference whose intellectual rigor has substantially contributed to this conference. Needless to say, that ideal synthesizing for future of governance, politics, and Muslim politics identity and scholarship is in your hands. And it is through our collective effort that we can imagine and create a world that is more just, more inclusive, and more reflective of the values we hold dear. Thank you. May peace, mercy, and blessing be upon you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable efforts that you have put and made us understand the topic. So now this is the last and important topic of this 2 days long international academic conference, as we theme this conference as Tracing Trajectories and Reimagining Muslim Politics. So for addressing on this theme, I would like to invite Brother Abdul Hafiz, Zonal President, SIO Telangana, on the topic Tracing Trajectories, Reimagining Muslim Politics.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalam ala Rasulihil Kareem amma ba'd. قال الله تعالى في القرآن المجيد والفرقان الحميد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله صدق الله العظيم. Dais पे तशरीफ फरमा dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, or dear scholars or paper presenters or dear cadre, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ये बहुत खुशी का मौका है और बहुत ही कीमती और हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट है ख़ुद हमारी टीम के लिए, SIO तेलंगाना के लिए, कि अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह एक 2 दिन की एक इल्मी कॉन्फ्रेंस, एक इंटरनेशनल एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंस हम लोग कंप्लीट करने जा रहे हैं। इस पे सबसे पहले मैं अल्लाह ताला का शुक्र अदा करता हूँ कि जिसने हमें इस काम के लिए चुना, उसकी हिम्मत, तौफीक, सलाहियत और रिसोर्सेज अता किए। इसके साथ मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का, हमारी पूरी जोनल टीम और इस कमेटी में जो अफराद हमारे साथ लगे रहे, उन सब का भी हम इस मौके पे शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं। दोस्तों, ये हमारी एक इंटरनेशनल एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंस है और एकेडमिया में जैसा कि कल प्रोफेसर आमिरुल्लाह खान साहब ने भी रखा कि हर चीज़ का जवाब मिलना ज़रूरी नहीं है, तो मैं भी अपने टॉपिक्स पे आप लोगों को कोई जवाबात और कंक्लूजन नहीं देना चाहूँगा। सिर्फ ये बताना चाहूँगा कि वाई डिड वी कीप दिस टॉपिक, ट्रेसिंग ट्रैजेक्टरीज और री इमेजिनिंग मुस्लिम पॉलिटिक्स, what is the idea behind this, why are we keeping this topic? Before I am coming to that topic, एक और सवाल हमारे आम लोगों के जहन में भी है कि why SIO is doing this kind of conference, why SIO is talking about Muslim politics, why SIO is saying reimagining Muslim politics. SIO लोगों के जहन में एक चीज़ ये होती है कि एक रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, एक मजहबी तंजीम है, तो उसको इन सियासत के बड़े बड़े सवालात से क्या लेना है, क्यों इन पे हम लोग गुफ्तगू और डिबेट करते हैं। तो इसका जवाब बेसिकली ये है कि जो आज का ज़माना है जिसे हम मॉडर्निटी का ज़माना कहते हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मॉडर्निटी इट हैज़ ब्रोकन अवर लाइफ इनटू द पार्ट्स। तो हम लोग चीज़ों को देखने में बहुत सेकुलर अंदाज से देखते हैं कि कुछ चीज़ पब्लिक होती है, कुछ चीज़ प्राइवेट होती है, कुछ चीज़ रिलीजियस होती है और कुछ चीज़ पब्लिक होती है, कुछ चीज़ नॉन रिलीजियस होती है। बट हम इस्लाम को अगर देखें, कुरान मजीद का हम मुताला करें, तो इस्लाम ऑफर्स ए वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एंड कोहेरेंट आइडियोलॉजी। इस्लाम डू नॉट डिवाइड अवर लाइफ इनटू सेगमेंट्स। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो हमें समझना है कि हम लाइफ को इस तरीके से नहीं देखते कि कुछ टॉपिक्स होंगे जो इस्लामिक होंगे, जो हम कुछ एड्रेस करेंगे। यानी कहा जाता है कि मजहबी लोगों से कि आप है ना मस्जिद में नमाज पढ़े, कुछ अच्छी तस्किया वगैरह की बातें करें, लेकिन ये सब सियासत पे और पावर पे, ताकत पे, ये सब आप बात ना करें। तो ये हम कहना चाहते हैं कि तो इस्लाम हमें सिखाता है, जो हम कुरान मजीद हम पढ़ते हैं, जिन अंबिया के हम मानने और ईमान रखने वाले हैं, उन लोगों का क्या अप्रोच था। आप शुएब अलैहिस्सलाम की स्टोरी कुरान मजीद में पढ़ेंगे तो शुएब अलैहिस्सलाम अपनी कौम को मुखातिब करते हुए कहते हैं, वज़िनु बिल क़िस्तासिल मुस्तक़ीम, कि तुम जब तोलो तो बैलेंस करके तोला करो। यानी वो अपनी कौम को जो मुखातिब करके एक तरफ ये कहते हैं कि खुदा से डरो, तो वहीं कहते हैं कि तुम जब तोलो, जब तुम जब इकोनॉमी एक्टिविटी करो अपनी, तो इकोनॉमिक जस्टिस तुम करो। और आगे कहते हैं कि वला तासु फिल अर्दी मुफसिदीन, अगर तुम ऐसा नहीं करोगे तो तुम मुफसिदों में शामिल हो जाएगा। यानी इकोनॉमिक इनजस्टिस होना ये फसाद का जरिया बनता है। और शुएब अलैहिस्सलाम के जो कौम के लोग थे वो कहने लगे, या शुएबू, कि ऐ शुएब, तुम्हारी नमाज तुम्हें ये सिखाती है, क्या तुम्हारी नमाज तुम्हें ये सिखाती है कि तुम हमारे माल के बारे में गुफ्तगू करो कि हम कहाँ स्पेंड करें, कहाँ ना करें। यानी उन लोगों का कहना यह था कि भाई नमाज पढ़ लीजिए आप, लेकिन ये माल कहाँ खर्च करना है, ये इकोनॉमिक जस्टिस क्या चीज होती है, ये शुएब अलैहिस्सलाम क्यों डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। तो ये पहले से ही एक मेंटालिटी ये होती है कि पावर, ताकत, सियासत, ये सब जो है एक रिलीजन के मानने वाले लोग, एक फेथ रखने वाली कम्युनिटी, दे शुड नॉट डिस्कस दिस। तो हम इस नोशन को तोड़ना है। और तहरीक इस्लामी का सबसे बड़ा कारनामा ये है, मौलाना मौदूदी का सबसे बड़ा कारनामा ये है कि ही हैज गिवन दिस कोहेरेंट एंड कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इस्लामिक थॉट। मौलाना मौदूदी पे सो कॉल्ड इल्जाम भी जो लोग लगाते हैं, एक्यूज करते हैं, वो यही बोलते हैं कि ये इस्लामिस्ट, ये पॉलिटिकल इस्लामिस्ट है, आप सियासी इस्लाम की बात करते हो। हम कहते हैं कि सियासत भी दीन का एक अहम जुज है, इसलिए हम इस पे जरूर बात करेंगे। हम ये इन्विजन करेंगे कि पॉलिटिक्स कैसी होती है, हम ये इन्विजन करेंगे कि मुस्लिम पॉलिटिक्स कैसी होती है। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो हमें इस सवाल का जवाब में कहना है और बताना है। बहुत सारे मिसालें हैं, मैं उसमें गहराई में नहीं जाऊंगा। एक और चीज पे आप गौर करिए कि जो मिशन अल्लाह ताला ने उम्मत को दिया है, कुंतुम खैरा उम्मतिन उखरिजत लिन्नास तअमुरूना बिल मारूफी व तन्हौना अनिल मुनकर व तुमिनूना बिल्लाह, कि तुम मारूफ का हुक्म देते हो, तुम मुनकर से रोकते हो। तो मारूफ और मुनकर कोई महदूद चीज नहीं है। इट्स नॉट ए सम लिस्ट, नैरो लिस्ट कि आप कुछ बेहयाई से बच जाइए, कुछ छोटी छोटी चीजों से रुक जाइए, कुछ अच्छी चीज कर लीजिए। इट्स ब्रॉडर लिस्ट, इट इंक्लूड जस्टिस एज ए मारूफ। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि हमारा जो बेसिक फंडामेंटल मिशन है वो हमें मारूफ के लिए कहता है, वो जस्टिस के लिए कहता है, वो ना जुल्म को और नाइंसाफी को मिटाने के लिए दावत देता है। तो ये वेरी very coherent, very central to the mission of Ummat Muslima, that they should talk about politics. मैं अपने स्पीच के सेकंड 2 पार्ट्स पे आता हूं कि why tracing trajectories, why reimagining Muslim politics. कि ये हमने इस टॉपिक पे पेपर्स आपने सुने होंगे, मुख्तलिफ स्पीचेस और कीनोट एड्रेस आपने सुना कि ट्रेसिंग ट्रैजेक्टरीज क्या है, कि हम चाहते हैं कि जो इमीडिएट इवेंट्स हमारे साथ हो रहे हैं या पास्ट में हो चुके हैं उनके बारे में हम गुफ्तगू करें, उनके बारे में इन डेप्थ गुफ्तगू करें, उसकी गहराई में जाकर चीजों को देखें, वो क्यों जरूरी है. ये सवाल पैदा हो सकता है कि हम ये क्यों पढ़ें और क्यों देखें. तो दोस्तों, जो इस्लामिक पर्सपेक्टिव हमें मिलता है वो ये है कि मोमिन कभी भी एक भोला भाला मासूम नहीं होता, वो बहुत होशियार और ज़हीन होता है. आप सूरह कहफ पढ़ेंगे, अल्लाह ताला साहब कहफ की जुबान से कहता है कि वल यतलत्तफ वला युशइरन बिकुम अहदा, कि तुम होशियारी के साथ जाओ. साहब कहफ दूसरे को नसीहत करते हैं कि तुम होशियारी और जहानत और इंटेलिजेंट लोग हो. इस तरीके से जब मोमिन जो होता है, नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने एक हदीस में फरमाया कि मोमिन एक सुराख से 2 बार डसा नहीं जाता. यानी हिस्ट्री में आपके साथ जो चीज हो गई है, अगर आप उसको नहीं जानेंगे, आप उसका गहराई से रीडिंग नहीं करेंगे, आप उसका मुताला वैसा नहीं होगा, तो जो सेम आप गलती तारीख में किए थे फिर से वो दोहराने वाले बने. तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारे अफराद, खास तौर पे मुस्लिम नौजवान, इस चीज को गहराई से पढ़ने वाले बने. आज का जमाना सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, जहां पर बहुत ही सतही और सुपरफिशियल बातों पे ये लोग यकीन कर लेते हैं, बहुत ही सुपरफिशियल आर्ग्यूमेंट्स देते हैं. मगर इस्लाम जो है वो ज़हीन अफराद को ये समझाता है कि आपकी जहानत ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप गहराई में चीजों को जाकर सोचें और गौर करने की कोशिश करें. मैं एक मिसाल इस सिलसिले में देके अपनी गुफ्तगू के इख्तिताम पे आता हूँ. मौलाना मौदूदी रहमतुल्लाह अलैह ने अपनी किताब, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट किताब है तजदीद व इह्या दीन, उसमें उन्होंने जो तहरीक मुजाहिदीन थी उस पर गुफ्तगू की है, वो हम सबको जरूर पढ़ना चाहिए. तो मौलाना मौदूदी ने तहरीक मुजाहिदीन की बहुत सारी खूबियों को बताया. वहीं पर उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि तहरीक मुजाहिदीन से कुछ गलतियां हुई, कुछ कमियां रह गई. तो बताते हैं कि एक बड़ी कमी ये रही कि वो जो जमाने में मौजूद थे, उस मौके पे जो यूरोप में इनकलाब और रेवोल्यूशन और मॉडर्निटी की पूरी तब्दीली आ रही थी, वो उससे बिल्कुल वाकिफ नहीं थे. उन्होंने जो हथियार इस्तेमाल किए और जो पूरी स्ट्रेटेजी उन्होंने बनाई, वो दुनिया की तमाम मामला से बेखबर होकर बनाई. तो ये बहुत अहम चीज है कि हमारा जो स्ट्रगल हो वो बहुत सोचा समझा और बहुत ज़हीन लोगों का. और मसला ये है कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली उम्मत मुस्लिमा में ये ट्रेंड मौजूद नहीं है. ये ट्रेंड हमारे पास एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंसेस का, चीजों की गहराई में देखने का, बहुत गहराई से मसलों को देखने का हमारे पास कल्चर मौजूद नहीं है. जब हमारे पास मसला ये होता है कि जब सर से पानी ऊपर होने लगता है, CNRC बिल आता है, पार्लियामेंट में पास होता है, तो उसके बाद से हम लोग कुछ रिएक्शनरी तौर पे कुछ करने की कोशिश करते हैं. वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन ये मसला है कि व्हाई आर वी नॉट थिंकिंग बिफोर, व्हाई डोंट वी हैव थिंक टैंक्स, व्हाई डोंट वी ऑर्गेनाइज एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, व्हाई डोंट वी ऑर्गेनाइज एकेडमिक सेमिनार बिफोर द टाइम. वक्फ बिल है, वक्फ बिल आने के बाद हम वक्फ के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. क्यों हमारे पास ये मैकेनिज्म नहीं है कि हम पहले से चीजों को देखें. और ये जिम्मेदारी मेरे सामने बैठे हुए नौजवान दोस्तों से मैं करना चाहूंगा. ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है कि आप उठें, आप इस एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंस से इंस्पिरेशन ले कि हम चीजों को सुपरफिशियल नहीं देखेंगे, हम सतही तौर पर नहीं देखेंगे, हम चीजों की गहराई में जाकर उनका इल्मी अंदाज में, तहकीकी अंदाज में मुताला करेंगे. बहुत सारे पेपर्स आपने सुने कि हमें भी इससे सबक लेना है. और जो यहाँ पर लोग स्कॉलर्स मौजूद है, वो भी आगे जाकर इस किस्म के यंग मुस्लिम माइंड्स दे, जो एक तरफ डिवाइन गाइडेंस से भी इनलाइटन हो और दूसरी तरफ दुनिया को देखने का उनका अच्छा नजरिया मौजूद हो. तीसरी और आखिरी चीज जिस पे अपनी गुफ्तगू को मैं खत्म करना चाहूंगा, जैसे मैंने कहा कि मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आपको कुछ लाहे अमल नहीं दे रहा हूं. कुछ सवालात है, बड़े बड़े सवालात है जो उम्मत मुस्लिमा के सामने मौजूद है और स्पेशली इंडियन मुस्लिम्स के सामने मौजूद है, जिसका जवाब हमें देना है, जिसके बारे में री इमेजिन हमें करना है. हमने कहा यहाँ पे टॉपिक में री इमेजिनिंग मुस्लिम पॉलिटिक्स. ये री इमेजिन करना क्यों जरूरी है, सोचना क्यों जरूरी है, चीजों को असरनो सोचना क्यों जरूरी है. अल्लामा इकबाल ने एक शेर में फरमाया, कौमों की हयात उनकी तखय्युल पर है मौकूफ. यानी जो कौमें होती है उनकी पूरी जिंदगी तखय्युल पे, इमेजिनेशन पर होती है। अगर वो सोचना छोड़ देंगे, अगर वो चीजों को इमेजिन करना छोड़ देंगे, वो फ्यूचर में देखना बंद कर देंगे, वो इनविजन करना बंद कर देंगे, तो होगा ये कि उनकी मौत हो जाएगी, उनकी मौत वाक़ई हो जाएगी। अल्लामा इकबाल ने दूसरी जगह कहा, जहान ताजा की है अफकारे ताजा से नमूद, कि आप एक जहां बनाना चाहते हैं, आप एक वर्ल्ड क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए जरूरी है कि आपके पास अफकारे ताजा हो, यानी आपके पास फ्रेश थॉट्स हो, आपके पास नई चीजें मौजूद हो जमाने को देने के लिए। जब तक ये मौजूद नहीं होगी तो आप जहान ताजा एक नई दुनिया क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते। तो दोस्तों, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम इमीडिएट रियलिटीज से आगे बढ़कर इन्विजन करें। मैं एक चीज में यहाँ पर आप लोगों के रेफरेंस के लिए कहना चाहता हूँ। एक जगह मौलाना मौदूदी ने खिलाफत और मुलूकियत में लिखा कि एक डिबेट चल रही थी उलमा में कि खिलाफत के बाद जब मुलूकियत आ जाए और जो हमारे ऊपर कोई बादशाह बैठ जाए और बैत करने के लिए कहे, तो क्या बैत वाकई होती है या नहीं होती? तो मौलाना मौदूदी ने उसका बहुत बेहतरीन जवाब दिया अपनी किताब में। उन्होंने कहा कि यह सवाल ही फजूल है। वो इसलिए कि उन्होंने कहा कि दो चीजों में डिफरेंस मौजूद है। एक ये कि कोई चीज आप पर आ जाए जिसकी मजबूरी में आप कोई डिसीजन लेते हैं, ये एक डिफरेंट चीज होती है, और आपकी खुद का खिलाफत का तस्वुर, इंतखाबी खिलाफत यानी इलेक्टेड कैलिफेट का जो तस्वुर है, वो एक दूसरी चीज है। तो हमारे साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि जो इमीडिएट चीजें हमारे पास मौजूद है उसी में हम किसी तरीके से चीजों को पैचअप करने की कोशिश करें। भाई कुछ वक्त बिल आ गया तो उसके ऊपर हमें कुछ बात करना है, कुछ आर्टिकल लिखना है, कुछ चीजें दे देना है, कुछ और मसला आ गया तो हम उसी में हल करने की कोशिश करें। तो हमें ये चाहिए कि हमारा खुद का एक विजन हो, हमारा खुद का एक इमेजिनेशन हो जो इस्लाम से इंस्पायर हो, जो हमारी अपनी थियोलॉजी से इंस्पायर हो, वो हमारा विजन होगा। अगर वो हमारे ख्यालात होंगे तो हम एक बहुत लार्जर वर्ल्ड व्यू के साथ दुनिया के सामने आएंगे। जैसा कल अमीर जमात ने बहुत खूबी से कहा कि मुस्लिम लैक्स पॉलिटिकल विजन, दैट इज अवर वीकनेस, कि वी डोंट हैव एनी पॉलिटिकल विजन। हमारे पास कोई विजन मौजूद नहीं है कि इस हिंदुस्तान को हम कहां देखना चाहते हैं, इस मुल्क से हमारे रिश्ते को हम कैसे डिफाइन करना चाहते हैं, इस नेशनलिज्म के तस्वुर पे हमारे अपने क्या व्यू मौजूद है। ये बड़े बड़े सवालात थे। हमारी कम्युनिटी को हम कैसे स्ट्रगल में लेके जाना चाहते हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़े बड़े सवालात है जो कम्युनिटी के सामने मौजूद है। तो दोस्तों, मैं ये गुजारिश करता हूं कि अगेन सवालात बहुत है, ट्रेसिंग ट्रैजेक्टरीज चीजों को समझने में भी सवालात है, वहीं री इमेजिनिंग मुस्लिम पॉलिटिक्स, मुसलमानों की सियासत हम जब देखना चाहते हैं तो उसमें भी बहुत बड़े बड़े सवालात मौजूद है। अब आप लोगों पे ये छोड़ा जाता है, अब आप लोगों के हवाले ये किया जाता है कि आप अपने ज़हीन दिमागों को, अपने ब्रिलियंट माइंड्स को इसमें इस्तेमाल करिए। आप सोचिए कि किस तरीके से हम कम्युनिटी का फ्यूचर देखना चाहते हैं, किस तरीके से हम इलाही हिदायत की रोशनी में, डिवाइन गाइडेंस की रोशनी में इन बड़े बड़े सवालात का हल देखेंगे। कल सर्वेलेंस की गुफ्तगू हमारे पास आई, कल हमने बगौर समात फरमाया किस तरीके से एक इंसान को एक नंबर में और एक डेटा में तब्दील कर दिया जा रहा है। वलखद करमना बनी आदम, कुरान ने कहा कि हमने बनी आदम को डिग्निटी दी। तो उस डिग्निटी देने वाले रब के ये मखलूक का हाल है कि वो इंसान को एक डेटा में, एक नंबर में तब्दील कर रही है। तो क्या हम खामोश बैठेंगे? क्या हम एक दो चार सोशल मीडिया के ऐप इस्तेमाल करके समझेंगे कि हम बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं? नहीं, इस पूरे इकोसिस्टम को हमें री इमेजिन करना है, हमें इनविजन करना है कि एक इस्लाम टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे देखता है, एक ह्यूमन टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे वजूद में आती है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीजें हैं जो हमारे सामने मौजूद है, और हम आपसे गुजारिश करते हैं कि हम अपने अपने करियर को, अपने अपने औकात को इसमें निकालें, इसमें जिंदगियां लगाएं, जिंदगियां खपाएं। जब आप ये चीजें करेंगे तब आप एक बड़ा कम्युनिटी पे एहसान करेंगे, एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट ड्यूटी को आप अदा करेंगे। ये री इमेजिनिंग मुस्लिम पॉलिटिक्स की बात को आप आगे लेके जाएंगे। ये इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक बहुत बड़ा मकसद था कि हम चाहते थे कि आप चीजों को समझें, और कुछ यहाँ से ऐसे लोग निकले कि जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से इंस्पायर होकर अपने अंदर एक चिंगारी लेकर जाएं और जाकर दुनिया के सामने ये बात रखे कि मुसलमान एक कैसे पॉलिटिक्स को देखता है, कैसे अपनी कम्युनिटी के स्ट्रगल को देखता है, कैसे इस मुल्क को देखता है, कैसे इस पूरे तस्वुरात को देखता है जो दूसरी तरफ से हमें दिए जा रहे हैं। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि ये बड़े बड़े सवालात जो हमारे सामने मौजूद है उसके लिए इंशाल्लाह ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हम सब लोगों को इंस्पायर करेगी और आगे चलकर इंशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छे मुस्लिम एकेडमिशियन यहाँ से निकलेंगे। अल्लाह से दुआ है कि अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला हमारी कोशिशों को कबूल फरमाए। एक बार फिर मैं मुबारकबाद देता हूँ हम पूरी टीम को, वॉलंटियर्स को और जो भी पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स यहाँ पे रहे जिन्होंने भी हम सबको मुखातिब किया, आप सब लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और अल्लाह ताला से दुआ है कि अल्लाह सुब्हानहू व तआला हम सबकी कोशिशों को कबूल फरमाए। रब्बी इग़फिर वरहम व अंत खैरुर राहिमीन।
जज़ाकल्लाहु खैर। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह एक बहुत बेहतरीन डिस्कशन हमारे सामने रहा। हमारे दो भी वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन के स्पीकर्स ने बहुत इंसाइटफुल डिस्कशन हमारे सामने किया और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये जो 2 दिन कंटिन्यूस आप लोगों के एफर्ट्स रहे, कंटिन्यूस आप लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन रहा और जो थॉट प्रोवोकिंग आप लोगों के क्वेश्चंस रहे, बहुत ज़्यादा एंगेजिंग रहे और इस सेशंस को जो सक्सेसफुल आप लोगों ने बनाया है इससे हम कुछ ना कुछ जो है ना हमारे थॉट्स को, हमारे आइडियाज़ को जो है ना आगे लेकर जाने की कोशिश करेंगे और जिन चीज़ों को यहाँ पर याद दहानी के तौर पर हम सबको बताया गया, हम उन सब को जो है ना हमारे हमेशा सामने रखेंगे हमारे नज़रों के। इसी के साथ नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल ब्रदर फराज अहमद, जोनल सेक्रेटरी SIU तेलंगाना, to present the token of appreciation to this.
डॉक्टर रिजवान का एक तारुफ ये रह गया कि ये जो हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस रही है ये कोलैबोरेशन में हमारी रही है CSR के साथ, तो इस हवाले से डॉक्टर रिजवान का भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं कि उनकी भी इसके लिए हमारे गाइडेंस रही है। जज़ाकल्लाह खैर।
Jazakallah khair. Now I would like to call Brother Abdul Salam Shakir to present token of appreciation to Brother Abdul Hafiz, Zonal President SIU Telangana. Jazakallah khair.
I guess that's the Muslimness that comes out. So that's good.
So Alhamdulillah यहाँ पर हमारे ये 2 दिन के इंटरनेशनल एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंस का अख्तिताम होता है। कुछ अनाउंसमेंट्स है, आप लोग वो सुनते हुए जाएं। पहला तो ये है कि जो पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स रहे हैं और तमाम के जो सर्टिफिकेट्स है वो भाई अब्दुल शकूर से आप लोग हासिल करें और साथ ही जो आपके TA वगैरह के फॉर्म्स है उन्हीं को आप लोग हैंड ओवर करें। जज़ाकल्लाह खैर। इसी के साथ हमारी इस 2 दिन की एकेडमिक कॉन्फ्रेंस का इख्तिताम होता है। अस्सलामु अलैकुम व रहमतुल्लाह।